point is, ladies and gentlemen, that greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Greed is right. Greed works.
So you know what I do, Sancho? I wait until you guys start popping off about stuff about me being late, and then I start the show. I wait until you guys get into it. I wait until you get impatient. What do you think of that's Seth Rogen, right? Yeah. What do you think of Seth? Anybody got a dad bod? I think you all have dad bods, actually. And we're back. We are back. We are most definitely back. Let me put on echo cancellation once again. Thank you, Sancho, for your contributions. We have to start them strong, baby. Start them strong.
This is the Ivy League version of I Don't Want No Scrubs.
Oh,
this is a real study that was done through Cornell University that said a shortage of economically attractive men. There's not enough men who are economically attractive. That may be one of the reasons why marriage is on the decline. Now, marriage is at its lowest in about 150 years in America, the marriage rate. Now, what do they mean by economically unattractive? They said it's somebody who either doesn't have a bachelor's degree, so that's prospects, or a stable job making $40,000 a year or more. They said one reason might be education. The lead author said, this is a rough quote, many young men today have little to bring to the marriage bargain. And he talked about how women are going to school more because they want to, bring more to the table to get better jobs. I'll say this. This is your sort of piece of money advice. And this doesn't just come from me. It comes from Warren Buffett. He says that the biggest, most powerful choice you will ever make in your life is choosing the right person for the right reasons. And that will make a big difference in your success.
Look how much she's made. This makes me want to fucking vomit. This is absolutely insane. This is monthly. Can
you see that? Can you see that? You guys see that? Oh my goodness. wait, I got to bring that one back up again. Hang on. Let's put that, God, I hate to start the show like this, but that's Corina, by the way. That's her take on OnlyFans these days, which is well into the millions. Just putting that out there for y'all.
But look how much she's made. This makes me want to fucking vomit. This is absolutely
sorry, it's too
insane.
small. My bad. I thought I could zoom in on that. I have it. I was sent this by who sent this to me? I got this, I think, in a tweet not too long ago, and I was impressed. I was very impressed. Excuse me, I'm still getting over the clap. If I've grown a little bit of scruff since last week, it's because I will be going out to South Dakota starting tomorrow. I'm actually going to go visit Aaron Clary. So there's your big announcement. I will be going and hanging out with Aaron. Most likely we'll do some kind of show, I'm sure. If nothing else, I'll put him on my Instagram because I'm not really sure that he has an Instagram. Yep. Oh, okay. Thanks for the reminder. Wait a minute. There you go. Is that what you wanted? Hold on. No, that has the old Discord channel. By the way, if you have not already signed up, if you are not an NFT holder, if you do not hold a Red Pill Lions NFT as of now, it's like a fire sale. We have a lot of people picking stuff up right now. I think it's probably because it's pretty cheap right now. So if you want to participate, we have lots. It's not even so much about that. It's about the NFTs. Let's be honest. But we also have so many great utilities and we have so many good special events. It's almost like a membership club, right? And we actually do stuff. It's myself and Rocky Savo and Kevin Savo and Savo Brothers. Kevin Savo is just finishing up shooting. I believe it's Save a Ho episode 4, and Hotep Jesus is doing a cameo in that as well. So that's coming up. That's down the pipes right now. I wanted to start it off with those 2 videos today. I am most likely I will get. I'll probably have to go and clip that first part out. So if it looks a little weird, like what the hell is he talking about? It's because I had to clip that first part out. That's from I think it's Headline News. Is that what it was? And that was from I think 2019. Excuse me. And in 2019, we were already talking, 2018, excuse me, 2018. Yeah, I'm looking at the video now. In 2018, we were already talking about this sort of deficit of economically attractive men. And you probably heard this. I've heard this as well. We've had this thrown at us a million different ways. By the way, today's show was inspired by Jededia Bila and the conversation she had with Adam Sosnick, which we'll get into a little bit later on today. But you've probably already heard this saying before. And the saying goes something like this: is that average women do not want to get with average men. That's what sort of inspired this whole thing. And I think what's interesting is, like, depending on the generation, it's one thing to go and say, oh, hey, okay, boomer, like that kind of stuff. I get that. I get that a lot, because I have to step in my line of work, which happens to be this weird world. In my line of work right now, I have to stay contemporary. I have to stay on top of my game. And I did that for pretty well for most of my previous career, which of course was, working in wine and spirits, in the alcohol industry. I worked in the casino industry as well prior to all of this, or actually kind of simultaneously while I was doing this, because I was writing books. I just didn't go public. I wasn't trying to be some sort of like internet personality back then. I just wanted to be an author and just wanted to talk about these things. I've been doing what I do for about 20 years now, just a little over 20 years. And, I think that I've got a unique set of experiences and a unique set of circumstances that put me into positions where I'm out and watching this stuff, and sort of like, as I think I mentioned this on the last show, I'm kind of like an observational behavioral scientist when it comes to the humans are doing something very interesting. And over those years, I realized, and to wax a little philosophical here, I realized that you have to stay on top of the current culture if that is what you intend to cover, or that you're going to make that your vocation. You better damn well be contemporary. And I think that that's where a lot of guys, certainly my age, but like even in their 40s or their 30s, you still have to stay on top of your game. And it's becoming more and more difficult, I think, because when I go out, and this is just to sort of preface things for today, but when I go out to Miami, and I have been out there every single month of this year, and including last December, and then you also know what I did last year as well. But when I'm out there, I'm immersed in a different side of things, I guess socioeconomically also, but also sort of personally. And you've probably heard me talk about how the red pill needs to be accessible to the everyman, because if it's not accessible to the everyman, then it's not really... I just don't see it as being applicable to guys who just aspire to be like Andrew Tate. Which no hate for Tate. I'm just saying that that's one demographic that looks almost unattainable to most guys. And not that they won't, watch it and consume the content and love on it and everything else. I'm just saying that for a guy who's driving a tractor in Oklahoma, like in the Midwest somewhere, a lot of this stuff seems like either it's too far over there, it's too far out of the realm of possibility, or else it's more like, oh, well, that's you city folk, we know what we're talking about out here. And you'll constantly get what I think of in terms of like social atomization. And the reason I'm bringing up this part right now is because that's where Jededia Bila really kind of starts with Adam Sosnick in the clip that we're going to dissect a little bit. I'm going to get into Jedediah's show today. We're going to talk about a few principles here, but the greater picture, I think, is not so much about like, running women up the flagpole, right? Holding women accountable, or the impetus or the inspiration behind all of that. There's always got to be some sort of nefarious, malicious intent behind wanting to even have these discussions, right? But the first thing that you will hear, and Jededia will do this here as well, but like one of the first things that you hear on, say, like when people criticize Fresh and Fit from a distance, not on their show, but when they're out, when they're removed from the show itself, the most common criticism you'll hear is people say, "Well, that's just those chicks. That's just those girls. That's just those ratchet 304s and in Brickle and whatever." And they go and they specifically look for the dumbest bimbos that they can find and they throw them on there. And I'm like, I have been a part of the show for going almost 2 years. Gosh, coming up on let's say, I guess in October it will be 2 years. But I mean, I've been going on the show really since January of 2021. Excuse me, Devil Mountain Coffee. I'm trying to keep my voice good. Man, my voice sounded like hell last time. Anytime. So when I hear people throw criticisms at it, I can tell who has watched this stuff. I can tell who has immersed themselves in trying to understand the message of, say, like a Kevin Samuels, of Fresh and Fit, of Rollo Tomasi, of whoever, right? I can tell if you've been doing your homework. I can tell if you've read The Rational Male. I can tell if you've actually watched more than one episode or a few 10-second, 30-second clips of Fresh and Fit. Most people don't. Most people are lazy. It's what I call intellectual lethargy. Okay. It's what is it? Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. It's too long, didn't read. Now that's easy to level that against people who like the millennial generation, the latter half of the millennial generation, pretty much all of Generation Z. Whenever you're looking at these 30-second clips, and one of the reasons why you will see like 30-second clips of like a reel or an Instagram reel or a YouTube short or TikTok videos, why is it that you got someone like Drew Afawalo who has, I think she's pushing 7.5, maybe 8 million followers right now? Because it's a medium that appeals to the TLDR generation. It is instant info bites to throw in your mouth as you're driving through the drive-through, and it's like, and then you go on to the next thing. And it is the perfect medium, I think, for people who have been, I think, socialized online by social media, of course, but also just from behind a screen. And so ain't nobody got time for that. It boils down to 30-second clips. So the problem that I have with that is that when you try to convince me that you are knowledgeable about intersexual dynamics or my work or Fresh and Fit or their intent or all these really like very deep like analyses, right, of my work or Fresh or Kevin Samuels, or you name anybody on Rule Zero, you name anybody in the manosphere, you name anybody who has some sort of like, who's worth their salt in the red pill, name that person. And if you hear critics of them, I would argue that 90% of the time they are ignorant of their work, because all they've ever seen is these 30-second clips, and they roll their eyes and they go, "Oh, wow, yeah, I guess I understand the grift," without really trying to understand what's actually going on or what the delivery is. Is it just another grift? Is it just somebody like shilling stuff? Is it just another, proxy account for a bigger account? Is it just a 30-second info bite that you're supposed to sort of get that and go, "Oh, that's what they're about," and then move on to the next topic? Because that's where we're at. The reason why I'm bringing this up here in the beginning is because I've been looking at some stats recently, and I thank you, Rugby, for bringing this up. I think I saw it in our conversation, you and me and Sambata. But it is, what is it, TikTok? And I want to say like Google. No, I mean, it's not Google. TikTok and I want to say Instagram are where most people of this of Generation Z, and certainly probably half of the millennial generation. Actually, I would argue maybe even my generation. Most people look to TikTok for their news sources. They look to TikTok, or they look to Instagram, or they look to others, maybe Twitter, as a reliable source of accurate information. Now, of course, you can argue and say, well, journalists are on the take, and they are, and that is definitely contributing to that problem. However, what is the medium on those platforms? It is TL. It's ain't nobody got time for that. Just tell me what I need to know, and I'm going to move on to the next thing because I got things to do and I'm multitasking. I've got 4 other windows open on the screen right now. That's what it comes down to. So when I hear, now, how does this apply to my will? How does this apply to us? How does this apply to the intersexual dynamics and understanding game and understanding women and understanding men and understanding the greater dynamics or the greater, how do we extrapolate from that, right? Exponentially go bigger. I keep saying, you know, it's from the micro to the macro, and everybody wants to just focus on a 30-second clip and say, oh, that's what they're about, right? That's ignorance. Like, there's a difference. I think I mentioned this on the last show, but I'll mention it here right at the beginning. There's a difference between stupidity and ignorance. Most people are not stupid. They're just ignorant. They don't have time to educate themselves, or they don't see any reason to educate themselves. If they're not getting a blowjob and if they're not getting paid, then they probably don't have any interest in it, honestly. If it doesn't get them from point A to point B, or if it's not some sort of hobby or it's not some sort of thing that they really are into, a 30-second clip is probably too long, right? I have started I learned this from starting my clips channel, which, by the way, please go subscribe to. You can find the link down in the description here. I am 200 subscribers away from 100,000 for the clips channel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom. We'll make a big deal out of it once we get past the Rubicon there, which should be like within the next day or so. So please go do that. However, one thing I've learned, and you probably saw my short videos. I did one short, I think it was 49 second. And even putting those 49-second videos out, they're not even 60-second video, like 49 seconds. And people, you could clearly see from their comments that they did not watch. They did not watch the video. They did not have. They just looked at the title and they go, "Do I agree or do I disagree with this?" And it's ignorance, is what it is. In fact, it's willful ignorance because you're not even watching the 49-second video to figure out what the hell I said. And even if they do, it's the response is, well, that's all it's about. You want to know what, I have so many guys. And by the way, I'm still on the fence about all this. I have so many guys right now who hit me up, asking me, hey, Rollo, I can expand your user base and your viewers and your viewership and your TikTok account is nowhere. You don't have any TikTok presence. I'm like, yeah, by design. I don't really care too much about TikTok, although I know that I probably should. But I have all these guys who are young go-getters, and I say, hey, I'll do you X amount of videos for X amount of dollars, and we'll ramp up your reels and your shorts and your TikToks. I'm still thinking about doing that, by the way. So, I mean, keep sending me I'm cool with it, but understand my thinking here first, okay? Because unless it relates to direct sales to the books, or it relates to traffic coming back this way, or it relates to something that people are going to stop in their tracks and they're going to come and I go, you know what? This looks like it's from a larger video. I think I'll go watch that, right? Well, ain't nobody got time for a 4-hour video. I understand, of course, which is why we've got the Clips channel, but it's sort of by order of importance. It's like ignorance, like willful ignorance by how willfully ignorant are you, right? If you're watching this, and there's close to 1,200, almost 1,200 of you right now. If you're watching this right now, you're probably a fan. You probably are subscribing. You probably like this stuff. I have never taken this to a subscribership or a membership thing. I might do that maybe next year. We'll see. But again, I'm not going to change. I wouldn't change the format. I wouldn't do anything different. But it's just it's like quality control, essentially, is what it comes down to. But you guys have, I love my chat. I really do. And I especially love your names. I love the guys that come in here, even the guys who throw grief at me. And in fact, I don't even mind the XXX, live nude girls, links that I get in the chat towards the end of the show. I keep it towards the end of the show, and then it's a little bit more tolerable. However, it shows to me that at least you guys are on board with things. See, I even love dudes like this. I do. I really do. I even love the guys who want to repeat all the crap that they've heard, again, because they only have 30 seconds to say, what's he really about? Instead of watching the stuff and understanding that I've been doing this for 20 plus years. If I had some sort of nefarious, if I was just all about I was all on the take or whatever like that, do you think I would be putting money into projects do you think I would be putting projects into things or putting money into projects like Kevin Savo stuff? Do you think I would be doing other things with that? Doubtful. However, but that's exactly my point. Is thank you for making my point. And my point is this, is that like it's too brief. You don't understand things. You have no, and here's the thing is, you have no incentive to understand things. Like you have no incentive to really do any kind of like get so involved in all or read books or do any of this. I'm really at the point right now where it's kind of frustrating to me. Simply because there's so much to this. When people ask me, "Oh, Rolla, what's the elevator pitch for the red pill?" And my response is always, "How much time do you have?" Because there is no real elevator pitch for the red pill, because people usually already have a preconception of it, and that preconception comes from people like Drew Afawalo. Like it comes from 30 seconds of this. When I came at DJ Academics back in the day for dropping a minute 30, a minute 20 video of Myron Fresh on the interview that they did with Brittany Renner, I don't give two shits about DJ Academics, to be quite honest with you, but like the whole thing looked to me as if it was following that same plan, just like Michaela Peterson, just like everybody else right now who's doing clips and short form videos and everything else, because they know that that's what plays. It plays to ignorance. If you knew what you were talking about, you wouldn't be popping off like this. You wouldn't be putting stuff out there like that. You would have a better understanding of this. And on top of that, you will be less confident in your ignorance. And so what I'm seeing right now, more and more of right now, is this confident ignorance. And again, it's not stupidity. Stupidity means you just simply don't have the hardware, the firmware, whatever, to really understand it. I mean, there's people who are genuinely stupid, don't get me wrong, but they're few and far between. More people are ignorant than they are stupid. And when we say, "Oh, you're ignorant," it sounds like, that's not an insult, by the way. I'm using the most clinical definition of what ignorance is. Okay. Ignorance can be sort of, I don't know. I'm ignorant. Like, what was it? I just finished putting together, I just built a new guitar, and there are things and techniques and staining and glossing and polishing and everything else and I was ignorant of the process. In fact, I made quite a few mistakes along the way, but as a result of that, I get better. And the next time I go and I create something else, I'm not trying to be a luthier, by the way, but the next time I go out to do that, or the next time I go, like I mentioned this on Rule Zero once, I said, "Hey, look, I didn't know what I was doing, but I changed the headlights in my Toyota Tacoma, and I changed the front grille, and I think it looks pretty damn good. And if you'd like to see it, I'll post a picture of it on Twitter." I did a damn good job. And my wife hits me up while I'm out there, and I'm just about to tear apart the car, and she's like, "Do you know how to do this? Like, shouldn't you hire a professional for this?" I go, "Not yet, but I will I will in about 4 hours." And all I did was follow YouTube videos on it because I was ignorant of the process. And again, I made some mistakes as well, but I was ignorant of a process. I learned that process because I had a vested interest, and I had an incentive to do that because I wanted to change the headlights in my truck, right? I wanted to learn how to build a guitar. That curiosity is something you kind of have to get over. You can either pay for a service, or you can learn to do the damn thing yourself. And that's, I think, what is being lost on certainly the latter half of the millennial generation and all of the Generation Z right now. I am sick to death of people saying that they're entrepreneurs right now. You are not an entrepreneur. If you just pulled that out of your ass, you started a drop shipping thing, or you started doing this, you're an influencer, you're not an entrepreneur. You're not a business owner. You don't know anything about business. You don't know anything about people. You don't know anything about drive. You don't know anything about like valuing other people's time. If you've seen my Instagram, my latest Instagram post, you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay. You're not. Most people don't know what the hell they're doing when it comes to the quote unquote business that they're running, right? It's very easy to have a service-based business. They use people who never, like, I come from a business background. I mean, I work in, brand management, but I had an actual product. I had to work with people. I had to work with distilleries. I had to work with bottle, creators, glass companies. I had to work with people who put, those designs on those glass. There's so many networks of things that you have to be involved in to create that one product. Like you probably heard the description. What is it? I forget who said this, but it's like all the things that it takes to like make a pen or a pencil or whatever. Like, okay, you need graphite from here, and you need wood from here, and you need to mill the wood, and blah blah blah. And the eraser needs rubber and all that kind of stuff. And you think about all the things that go into just making one little product. But you know what? For the TLDR generation, nobody got time for that. They just say, hey, just buy the pencil, just buy the service, just buy whatever it is. You don't have to build anything. You don't have to make anything. And when you're saying to me, oh, I'm an entrepreneur, and you are dragging your ass on things where people want to help you out, or you're dragging your ass on producing videos, or you're dragging your ass on, you jump through all kinds of hoops to get people on your show, but then you don't go and put that video up. And I'm not talking about one particular person right now. I'm talking about a lot of people who do this, and not just me, other people as well, other guys as well. So not only are you wasting your time, you're wasting my time as well. And I value my time more than I value your money. So just keep that in mind when you're dragging your ass 8 weeks later. Oh, I think I'll put out the Rollo Tomasi video now, or not. The moment's passed. It's appear or disappear. Simple as that. Okay. So if you think that you are an entrepreneur because you have a podcast, or you think you're an entrepreneur because you are a web influencer or whatever else, the problem is you don't have the education, and you are ignorant of processes that you will never be experienced to the learning process so that you can learn those things in the first place. So keep that in mind as we move along. A lot of the people who are going to be critics, and I hate to, this is my buildup for Jededia and Bila, but I hate to point that out, because the minimal investment that it would take to educate yourself on my work, Fresh and Fit's work, anybody in the masters, it's like it's a curb this freaking high, man. You watch some videos, right? Like take some, like here's a notebook. I'll go buy it for you for $4.79 at Walmart. It's not hard to be educated, particularly today. And I've said this in the past as well, is that we're in a time right now where we have unlimited access to information and data and I'm going to show a lot of it today, as a matter of fact. We have such unlimited access to such knowledge bases. I was reading this in was it Robert Greene's Mastery? And it's like we live in a time where the barriers to entry to become a master at something have never been lower, but yet at the same time, we have never experienced this kind of like willful ignorance and just sort of like intellectual lethargy. And so I'm looking at this, and maybe it's, well, you're okay boomer, okay Xer, you know, I'm on Gen X, but like maybe it's because I come from a different era or something like that. But what I'm looking at, and I've discussed this with Aaron as well, is when I'm looking at this, I'm like, common sense can be commercialized right now. All it takes, you want to outperform your competitors? All you have to do is show up. All you have to do is just do more work than they're doing, which apparently is just watching 30-second videos and mouthing off about it. They don't have any background in it, but yet they will speak as if they do. Because if they don't sound knowledgeable, even in their ignorance, in that willful ignorance, if they don't sound knowledgeable, nobody's going to sign up. Nobody's going to subscribe. That's it. And so you still have to sound like you know what the hell you're talking about, even though you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So anyways, yes, by the way, yeah, there it is. That's good. It's a different era, Rollo. They need 30-second stuff. Yeah, I know they do. But what does that do? What does 30 seconds do for you? Does it change your life? There's 30 seconds is going to change your life. I wish that worked that way. It was like, remember that scene in The Matrix when they plug Neo in, like they finally clean him up and they unplug him from the Matrix, but they put him back in, right? He's on the Nebuchadnezzar, and they want to teach him kung fu, right? And all he does is they plug the jack in the back of his head. He's like this, and you can see his eyes kind of like, like REM sleep or something. He goes, I know kung fu. How awesome would that be? And you don't have to do a damn thing. That right there, that fantasy of being able to just get mastery with a quick, upload of these skills, or was it do you know how to fly that helicopter? Not yet. Okay, now I do. How awesome would that be? People like look for smart drugs like Limitless. You ever seen the movie Limitless? People, man, I'll tell you right now, I think that would probably be more. I think a drug like Limitless, if there was ever such a thing, if something like that existed, I think that would probably be more addicting and more addicting and probably more popular than meth, because considering the things that it can get you. And now I'm also going to dive into a little bit. The reason I break this up, by the way, is I'm going to dive into a little bit, a few clips, just little maybe 1-2 minute clips of Chris Williamson. And thank you very much for sending me the one where he's talking about alpha widows and everything. It's like, I love how the guy thinks that I'm like too hot to have on a show, or like I'm gleeful, or I'm angry, truthful anger or whatever, but then goes and it uses exactly my terminologies, right?
Say my
He
name.
uses exactly the same things that I'm talking about. He has the same people and the sources on there. It's like Chris, really, if you want me on, I promise you I won't bite. So Limitless is, I wish it was too, man. I would be addicted to it. I swear to God, I would do that. Because I want to be able, especially right now, my point in life is like, I have my foot on the accelerator, and I'm making networking. I've got so many projects. I hate it because like I'll start a project and I'll really get into it. I'll hammer it. I'll get it done. And that means like 2 other projects that I'm working on, I have to kind of put on hold because I've got to do this, like, whatever, logistically speaking, I got to hit this before I can hit other things. Which, by the way, I think I'm going to point this out before we get started, get a little bit further in here. And just in case anybody is going to throw this at me, okay, stop the show. Here we go. Stop the show. Okay, you guys paying attention? Okay, the Audible version of book 5 is still within approval. Okay, here it is. This is what I've got for you. Okay, Rational Male Player's Handbook, Red Pill Got a Game, pending audio review. Okay, I threw it out there. I gave it to him on July 1st. They kicked it back once or twice. Then I submitted it again on the 7th. So that's the last that I have put it. It is there. I'm not dragging my ass. I'm not fucking around with the follow through. None of that stuff. Okay. It's there. I do what I say I'm going to do. I got to do what I got to do. So, getting started here, I wanted to, let's see which guy goes first. Let me get to your super chats real quick. I got a few. Damn it. Okay. This new star system's a little weird. Jim Cole, thanks. To say thanks for all your work on buying Ned a subscription to Playdog. I wonder if there is. Greyhound porn. With February swimsuit fold out. Bitches in heat here. Bitches in. Wait. Hold on. There you go. Okay. So I can talk sexy to these people. That's for you, Jim. And Ned. Playdog coming to you. Coming to a newsstand near you. Cosmin Pantea, happy to get it live. Get it live. Thanks for very, very useful information that you provide. You are welcome, my friend. Sancho Bohemian. Seth is looking like me after marriage now. I'm looking like El Santo Mascarado. Hope I said that right. And reading the first book again. This time I got some new info. First on Rule 9. Thanks. Okay. Tom, thank you very much for that. Thank you for your contributions, my friend. Sancho. Oops, wait a minute. What'd you say? Can you please do a future show about hypergamy through the ages? I can actually. That's a very interesting, but very interesting topic. I can do that actually. I can go as far back as World War II if you'd like. More of that. Let's see. Sancho Bohemian. Ignorance is blissful. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what's not is having your ass handed to you because you're ignorant. Hexakin, thank you for all you do. The Red Pill community, literally saving men's lives every day. Thank you for unplugging me, Rolo. Godfather, you are welcome, my friend. And let's see. It seems the more information available, the less people put into developing competencies. My father's generation figured things out for themselves. Yeah. And you know what they didn't have? They didn't have YouTube. And they didn't have, like I said before, if you read, by the way, excuse me, people have asked me about this before. They say, Rolo, we need a book list. Okay. And I should probably do that. Maybe I'll just do like a dedicated show to it, and it would be a very short show. I should do a show on the books that I like. Like I read, I'm actually a pretty voracious reader. There's your vocabulary word. What's the outro song? It's called Black Mountain. Well, that's the working title anyways right now. So that's it's Trial of Ascension. So that's us. More to come on that, by the way. And I know people keep asking me about the intro song to this. They've been asking me about that since day one. We're going to release that as a single. We've already put the drum tracks down on it, so it should be coming pretty soon. Black Mountain, something that I'm working on. I've got a few other things as well, but our new EP, which is actually, I hate to think of the new EP as old stuff, but it's like things we've been writing since I think fall of last year. That should be out at the end of this month. So I will make a big announcement out of that. Rolo, dig the beard. Thank you, man. Thank you. And people ask me that too. They say, Rolo, why don't you shave that chin strap off, man? No, I'm not. It seems the more information available, less people. Oh, yeah, okay, got that. Okay, I got all. Okay, now I'm caught up. Good. All right. Yes, and by the way, I have no intent of ever cutting my hair because one of you guys or any of my critics say, how come he's got a greasy ponytail? How come he doesn't cut his hair? You know how many, you know how long people have been telling me, cut your hair? Like since I was like 12, right? I've had to cut my hair for jobs and stuff like that. And you know what? Now it's kind of like, it's almost like an act of defiance. So it's not about, oh, you were supposed to be 14 years old again. No, I just like having my hair. I play in a band. Thank you very much. How come he has that chin strap? We should shave that off. It looks funny. Well, if that's the only criticism you have in a 30-second video, then I don't know what to tell you. Cryptic Coil, if you just built a guitar, you were inspired by guitar guys. Trash to Thrash is really a good channel, by the way. I do subscribe to Trash to Thrash. Afternoon Roller, what are your tips on conducting research? How do you trust specific sources? Oh, good one. Well, I kind of go by who owns the who's doing the Pew Research, CDC. The problem is that when you use certain stats or you use research databases, I try to go with like real like psychological research. So that's why I quote Rob Henderson, I don't know if he's a doctorate yet, but he's certainly going to get his doctorate very soon. Dr. David Buss, Dr. Steven Pinker, Dr. Jordan Peterson, Dr. Steve Stewart Williams, Dr. Godsod, that's not about credentialism. It's just the fact that like when you say those things, when you say doctor, put doctor in front of something, people pay attention. Right? Whether they could be a doctor of chiropractic and you're talking about intersexual dynamics, they know nothing about it, but it's like that impressionable side of things. It's really human status evaluations, let's just say, and we do this instinctively. I'll talk about that when I get to. I'll circle back to this when we talk about Steve Stewart Williams stuff here. So, does it? I'm glad it does. Does it it makes me uncomfortable too, right? Now, here's why it should make you uncomfortable. Let's look. Here we go. But let's just go back to it right there. Man. So does lady, I know I don't have too many ladies on this show, but I see Sorlita is in there and probably Torsha will show up at some point. Maybe Femme Sapiens in, maybe Echo is in, maybe somebody is in, maybe there are some female audience members, some women in the chat right now. Does this guy like inspire like visceral lust in you? Does this turn you on? Because it's supposed to. Because it's not supposed to matter what's on the outside. It's supposed to matter what's on it's all about healing, man. It's all about what's on the inside. Remember, was it Jada Pinkett Smith? She went for August Alsina, who's like what, 20 years her junior. And he's in shape. She didn't go for a guy that looks like this. She didn't go for those. I loved it when the dad bod thing was going on. Or this guy, right? This guy inspire visceral lust in you. Ladies, please put a 1 in the chat if he inspires visceral lust. Put a 2 if he doesn't. I got another one. Here's the last one. Chris Pratt, man. Chris Pratt can get in shape, though, by the way. But this is Chris Pratt when Chris Pratt's just Chris Fat. This is Chris Fat, okay? Now, Chris Pratt can get in shape. He knows how to do it. He has personal trainers. He can be a tough guy. Excuse me. When he wants to be. But Chris Pratt is an actor and he's got the money and he's got people, he's got the infrastructure behind him. So he can go from fat to, Christian Bale. Christian Bale can go from like being sort of overweight and kind of quirky and everything, and then to playing Batman. Okay. So there's guys who can clearly you can go from one to the other, one extreme to the other, but does that body type kind of turn you on? I didn't think so. All right. And then last but not least, I have this. I'm sorry you can't read the data. I'm actually, you know what? I do have this up. Hang on. This is, I forget where I picked this up from. This is actually, I want to say it's from 2016. But let's see, share my screen. Where'd it go? There you are. Okay. You see that better? Maybe if I blew it up. There we go. What if I magnify it? Oh, good. Okay, there we go. All right. So this is the average dude. All right. Average dude. Average guy. Are you the average guy? All right. 69% of men consider themselves physically fit. Which is funny because I'm about to show you. Well, actually, I'll just read it to you right now. The state of obesity and overweight. Okay. So 69% of men consider themselves to be physically fit. All right. However, according to CDC data here, which I have in another window, percentage of adults aged 20 and over with obesity, 41.9%. Okay. Now, percentage of adults, and I finally got the actual accurate numbers for this, and this is as of 2019. Percentage of adults aged 20 and over with overweight, including obesity, because there's two classifications there, 73.6%. If you break it down by sex, you've got 40% of women are obese, 35% of men are obese, so they take the mean average there. But the percentage of adults aged 20 and over in the United States, by the way, including obesity, is 73.6% of the population, and that's as of 2019. It could be more than that right now. I'm not really sure. Okay. What's worse is this: percentage of adolescents aged 12 to 19 with obesity is 22.2%. Percentage of children aged 6 to 11 with obesity, 20.7%. And this is as of March 2020. I'm looking at the CDC data here. So how does that gel with guys saying, well, you know what? I'm 69%. Hey, I'm physically fit. 13% who are actually fit, like within like tolerance range. Like there's a difference, by the way, I should say, between say there's a marked difference between being just normal weight and being in shape. Okay. So 13% who are actually fit. Amount spent on vitamins and supplements, $874 per year. Percentage of men who use their fitness equipment as a place to hang their clothes, 45%. I do not own any fitness. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have a Roman chair in the backyard. I bought that during COVID just so that I could do some like basic body weight exercises, but I do not have any. I don't have a Bowflex. I don't have any of that stuff. Always go to the gym. 52 beats per minute of of a fit man's resting heart rate. That's the average, by the way. And then 2.87 hours of per week of exercise, like physical strength, like I would say, vigorous, strenuous exercise. 1.1 pound amount of fat gained per year, each year for guys. Average number of pull-ups, 1. Assuming you can do that at all. 77 is the average life expectancy of in the United States. It might be lower than that now. Remember, this is like from 2016, 2017 data. 23 is the age when an average guy is in the best shape of his life. At least that's by reporting. Okay. Which I find hard to believe considering what the obesity overweight rates are for that age demographic. Now, continuing on, average time to run a mile, 12.17 minutes. By the way, I am way faster than that because I have 2 greyhounds. So I am well above average. Okay. 1 pound of muscle average sedentary guy loses every year. How you like that? Guys, move up here. All right. Size yourself up, guys. Okay, here we go. Age, sit-ups, push-ups, bench press. Got it? Okay, in your 20s, your average weight, at least this was in 2017, was 168. Okay? Remember, the average height is 5'9", inches. That's the average height of an American male. 30s, 179, 40s, 182, 50s, 185, 60s, 184. Okay. Should be anyways. Okay. I believe those are like the target weights. I'm not really sure. Sit-ups. Let's see, in a minute, 40. How many sit-ups can you do in 1 minute? I would love to see what, like, put that in the chat. Here's your homework, children. Put your sit-up time in the chat. I would love to see what that is. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. I'm in far better shape than Seth Rogen. I can be 100% confirm that right now. Let's see. Looks do matter. Of course they do. Let's see. I'm sorry. I have to go back to these. Sorry, I'm a one-man show. All right. All right, good enough. All right, so let's look at the rest of this. So push-ups, bench press. You can see what those stats are there. I won't go through all of those, but like, how do you measure up to all of those averages? I'm happy to say that I can beat pretty much most of those. Like my bench press is like, I said, like, it's at least 225. I know that. Let's see. So average height. Okay, this is where we get a little bit confounded here. Okay, so average height 5'9.2 inches. That is average height in the United States for men. So if you're going to come here and you're going to cry about, oh, I'm not 6 feet tall, you're part of the average. It's not you. You're not the problem. You are not the problem. If you think that women only want to get with 6 foot tall guys, and there's definitely evidence that suggests that, okay, you're not the problem. Okay, got it. Okay, 40 inches, the size of the average guy's chest. Inhaled. This is also body part men spend the most time to develop. Do you skip leg day so that you can do chest day? 17.6% body fat is average body fat for men in 2016, which I find hard to believe considering that most guys are overweight. 13 inches size of the average guy's biceps. Oh, I'm well over that. Thank goodness. 34-inch weights. Oh man, I'm under that too. I'm 3 inches under that. That's great. And 5.8 or 0.08 is the average penis length in inches, according to the Journal of Urology. And they would know, right? Hold on, we've got to measure you. Hold on, we've got to measure that. Watch where you're putting that, man. The International Journal of Impotence research finds that it's slightly longer at 5.3 inches. Thank you, Sterling Cooper, for your music. All right, sex stats. The average sex session lasts 3 to 10 minutes. Dude, guys, what the hell? The average hotel porn viewer watches 12 minutes. Let that sink in. There's a lesson in there. The average sex encounter or the actual sex session is 3 to 10 minutes. Average hotel porn viewer, I don't know, a hotel. How long do you, maybe this is kind of like old news, right? But like, I wonder what it would be like. I mean, there's probably stats for this. I should have looked this up. There's probably stats for like the average view time on Pornhub or like X videos or X hamster or whatever the hell it is, whatever the kids are watching these days. I'm sure Pornhub keeps like accurate stats of that. I would love to compare that against like the average sex session. The average male orgasm lasts 6 seconds, which is why you want to keep coming back for more. Number of men who would rather work out than have sex, 1 in 7. So that's to begin. We're starting with just the average guy. Are you the average dude? All right. Average women don't want to get with average men. I think we've already established that pretty well. Let's also look at a few things. Why I led off with that video, that CNN video, is the economically unattractive. So we're talking about some physical aspects right now. This is those stats are really kind of relating to like this, right, or this. I'm sure they're probably worse. Again, that's kind of old data. I apologize for that, but it was just something I had in my inbox. So. But I can point out a few other things for you here. Let's see. Is this it? Oh yeah, this is really good. Here we go. I got this from I think it was Rob Henderson. He says 8 out of 10 young Americans are ineligible to enlist in the U.S. Army due to obesity, medical issues, probably stemming from obesity, or a criminal record. Okay. Long-term concern about the shrinking pool of young Americans who are both able and willing to serve. In recent years, the Pentagon has found that about 76% of adults aged 17 to 24 are either too obese or too obese to qualify, or have other medical or criminal histories that would make them ineligible to serve without a waiver. Got that? And when the military calls propensity, what they call propensity, the share of young adults who would consider serving has fallen steadily as well. So not only are you fat, out of shape, but you're also pussies. It stood at 13% before the pandemic, but is now 9%. Okay, so you would flunk out of boot camp, basic training. Most guys, 76%, right? Wow, that almost tracks with the what? 73.2% of the U.S. population being overweight. Got it? How many pull-ups can you do? I think that, what is it? The minimum requirement for military service is like 4 pull-ups. Like you got to work your ass off to get to 4 pull-ups so that you can like go out and like actually be reliable enough to pull a trigger, right? Is it any wonder why we're lowering standards? Is it any wonder? So that's the average guy. I mean, I hate to do that buildup. I mean, there's other guys like I'm going to point this out, by the way. We'll come back to this stat here as well. All right. So there's an undersupply of high quality men. Got it? Okay. So dating marketplace for men and women of similarly high value. Okay. There's an undersupply of high quality men. Now, this is the bell curve. Yes. Thank you very much, MGTOW guys. You sent me this. Women more so than men show a more or less marked tendency towards hypergamy, meaning that they prefer men who are better than themselves. Actually, let me clarify terms for you. Only women are hypergamous. Got it? I will defend that point here in just a moment. Let's keep going. While women would rather not date less accomplished men are okay, and sometimes even prefer dating and marrying women who are less accomplished than they are. Okay. And if that weren't enough, men have even more laxed standards when it comes to short-term partners. Understand? Got it. All right. So you can look at the bell curve here, and you can look at the high quality men thing. We got that. I think most of you guys are probably aware of this kind of stuff. Let's also look one more time before we continue, before I jump into Jedediah's thing here. The average American income. Interesting stats and facts. Okay, here we go. The median household income in the United States in 2019 was $68,703. I think I brought that up before. The average annual real wage in 2019 was $65,836. Okay, that's not what I do. You can look at the rest of these if you really want. My concern, or the reason why I even looked this up in the first place, was full-time working men in 2019. Now, this is pre-COVID. This is pre-lockdowns, okay? Had a real median earnings of $57,456. Okay, for women, same thing, same demo, 47. Almost $300. Okay, so you're looking at almost about a $10,000 difference between men and women. Then this is single working people in the prime working demographic. Okay, 45 to 55 or to 54-year-old age group was the highest income age in the second quarter of 2021. Okay, so I believe these were the last stats that they took, because I think there was, of course, there was a census in 2020. Okay, so if you're an average guy, you're making about 57.5 single, and you are out of shape. You are 5'9". Let's see. Let's look at women's height preferences here. Okay. Now these are Bumble filters. Now Bumble, by the way, is men can't approach women on Bumble. That's the last I checked, right? But you have to actually go do the homework to figure that out, to know what that's all about. Okay. Filters set in advance. Okay. Set in advance filters by female users for target height. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see this very well, but if you look at the 7 feet is just ridiculous. Like putting that on there is crazy. But if you look right around the 6 foot mark, it is almost twice. If you go from like 5'11" to 6 foot, and that's right about the middle right there. And look at the jump. And now these are set in advance. This isn't, he'll do. It's, this is what I'm after. This is what I'm looking for. So guys, what is the average height of a man? Is 5'9". So let's go back. 5'10", 5'9", right there. Okay. Two jumps back. Now, very few women are going, you know what? I think I'm looking for a guy who's 5'9". Women will go, I want a guy who's 6 feet, and they put those filters on there. So I'm 5'11", at least half of the users on Bumble would never see my responses were I single and I was trying to hook up using Bumble. And why you would do that, I don't know. There's better ways. Okay. So there is that. Now, this is all prefacing. We're still prefacing here. Okay. It's getting worse by the year. You think? Yeah, it is. 11-inch salami. Yes, that is what makes up for that extra inch. What was it? Rob Henderson has I might even still have the stat here. Rob Henderson has monetary, it's money compensation for lacking height in inches. Now, while I think that is a very interesting stat, Robert, I think a more interesting stat would be the average penis length of a man is 5.03, I think is what we just saw a minute ago. How much, if you were 5'9", and you didn't make enough money to make up for that extra inch, how many inches would you have to make up for the lack of, let's say, your height deprived? I wonder what that would end up being. No one is going to do that one. My magician's assistant has finally decided to show up. Oh, you're going to love this one. Stick around, Tori. All right. So there is that. In fact, now that Tori's here, I think I might even just jump into the Jededia thing. But before I do that, here's the height differentials. A greater height difference in a couple was positively related to the wife's happiness. The relationship dissipated after 18 years of marital duration. The longer period of the dissipation indicates powerful impact of male height on women's psychology. Okay. And by the way, when you're asking me, Rolo, how do you know a good study from a bad study? Well, usually I'm looking for things like this. Okay. This is actually a real, what he's quoting here from Science Direct. I would rather get my info from Science Direct, by the way, than anything that has to do with the APA or Psychology Today is the freaking Walmart of feminized psychological study. Anybody can, I could write for Psychology Today if I wanted to. Okay. I have a bachelor's. I could go and do it if I wanted to. But I look for stuff like this. I look for actually meta studies and research studies like this. And this is the kind of stuff like the Science Direct. This is the kind of stuff I used to have to quote verbatim. You actually have to give official quote or official citing sources. And this would be one of the sources I would cite. So that's my thing. Now, last but not least, a man who is 5'6" tall needs to earn an additional $175,000 per year to be desirable as a man who is about 6 feet tall. A 6 foot tall man can earn $30,000 less than a 6 foot man and will be viewed as equally desirable. Okay. Once again, I forget where University of Chicago. That's what this was. They did a height differentials. Okay. So clearly height is a metric by which women are going to use to judge whether or not that guy's arousing or imposing, or clearly it affects marital happiness, right? I mean, in some way, maybe you're not doomed, but in some way that it's a factor. Got it? Let's see what else we got here. People with partners who were the same or higher in desirability than themselves were more satisfied with their relationships. This can create problems. Your higher value partner is more likely to abandon you. The higher value partner is more likely to cheat. Okay. Again, this is from a book. I forget that. I want to say this I forget which book this is from, but okay, so that's your buildup. I hope you're ready for this, Torsha. I hope you're ready. I hope you're still with us, okay? Because it's very important here. Oops, that was the wrong one. What did you say? Marriage causes divorce, really? When do you think the red pill will go mainstream? I hope it doesn't, but it already has. And I'm going to prove it to you here in just a moment. And men, stop getting married and having children. Why do so many men risk 50, 60, 70% of their assets by getting married? It's insane. Okay, the reason why guys are not getting married has very little to do with 50, 60, 70% of losing their assets. Okay. It has way more to do has made more to do with suitability or attractiveness. Like most guys, if they found a chick who was like smoking hot, was feminine, whatever, they would get married. They will go, you know what? I got to lock this chick down, man. She's great. She loves me. If it were an ideal situation, most guys would want to get into a marriage. They still do right now. That's why upper middle class people get married. It's like marriage is for elite people right now. It's for the upper echelons of society. Most people aren't getting married. We're at the lowest marriage rate in recorded history. And women want to say it's this, it's that, or men are living up to it. Everybody wants to point blame at everybody else. Thanks for that super sticker, which I can't put out. And I don't know how you got red on yours. Okay. But we'll get into that. And David, Huberman is great too, by the way. Okay. So let's start with Jededia here. This is why you need to be educated. Remember what we talked about, the difference between stupidity and ignorance? Jededia is not stupid. She is just ignorant. Okay. And I mean that in the nicest possible way.
You don't believe someone like me that says that when I dress up because I want to look good. I want to look in the mirror and I want to be like, Jed, you look great today. And end of story. I'm not trying to impress men. I'm not playing that game. I'm not interested in that game. I never was interested in that game. I had men coming after me because I didn't play that game, because I wasn't out to impress them. I had guys 10 years later. Jeremy, it's a running joke in my house. My husband's always like, did you get a text from that guy you went out on 2 dates with in 2001? And sometimes the answer is yes, because I didn't play that game. I wasn't out to impress them. And you guys can sense that and feel it off of a woman when we're not playing the desperate game, or we're not trying to get your cash, or we exist. So what I'm saying is, don't let that corrupt you so much that you forget that there are women out there who are badass, who are confident, who don't play that game, and who aren't dressing up for you. They're dressing up for me. If you happen to like it, great. That's great. But it's not for you. It's for me.
Okay. All right. So let's stop right there. That was the opening. That was the opener. Okay. Shots fired. Okay. That's one across the bow right there. You have to remember that Jededia Bila is from, I want to say she's from my era. I don't know how old she is in particular. I can pretty much gauge where she's at, right? If I had to guess, I'd say she's at least Gen X, or maybe like approaching Gen X. Okay. So she's married. She's been married for a while. She is a new personality on Valuetainment. And of course, we got our good friend Adam Sosnick here doing the interview on the breakdown, which I think is great. I'm glad to see some back and forth between these two. Once they picked her up, I was kind of like, I think we can do something with this. I was kind of hoping to get on her show and maybe like throw something back and forth. But now I'm kind of like, to what point? At what point am I going to get to the point of diminishing returns? Like almost immediately. With some women, you will get, some guys too, but like when we're talking men and women, you will get to the point of diminishing returns within the first 5 minutes of the conversation. Like you realize there's a wall there. There's no desire to be educated. There's no desire to change any opinion about themselves or the world, or how men and women ought to work. And I'm a badass. This is also, by the way, Jededia used to be on The View. Okay. Now, as the conservative foil, she's very much a conservative. If you look at any of her other videos, she's very much, she's very much a capitalist. She wouldn't be on Valuetainment if she was like, part of the woke mob. Let's just throw that one out there. She used to be on The View. She took over for, I want to say, was it Meghan McCain, I believe. And she was on there and she didn't last very long. Now she said that she has a video about this, how like it was actually Hillary Clinton that got her kicked off The View. I don't know how accurate that is, but I will say this is that if you look at any of those videos, she didn't last very long. And I don't like, I will do my homework. I will go and see like what's she talking about. And I'll go I'll do a little bit of what is it? OPSEC, operational security. I'll go and look at that stuff and I'll get an idea of like what exactly, I'll get the drift of what she's talking about. But she was on The View for a while, not as if that's bad enough, but she was on there as sort of like the conservative foil. Like they always want, like they have Meghan McCain on there to say that, oh, we got a conservative on here to give her opinion too. No, you're just there so that they can, you're just the whipping boy. And she wasn't willing to be that. And, and so hats off to her. I'm glad she kind of, bailed out on that. And she's been doing her own thing. She's been on Fox News. She's been on CNN. She's done like as sort of like this expert analysis kind of thing. So she's been kind of like a pundit or a talking head, I guess to some degree for a while. All right, good for you. Now, what happens is she turns into what I have said in the past Most conservative women do. Most conservative women are feminists. She is a feminist. Everything that just came out of her mouth right now is exactly what I would expect to hear from a feminist mindset. Okay, you got to be bad. You got to be bitching. You got to be an alpha female. You got to be a bad bitch, a bad boss bitch, right? You got to be the man you wanted to marry, because if you don't, girls, you never know what could happen. You never know. You never know. And that's really where this starts. Okay, this mentality, I just do it for me, is horseshit. Absolute 100% pure, unadulterated horseshit. Okay, and I'll tell you why it is because we're human beings. We are social animals. I wore this today. I put this hat on today. I wear this style of glasses. I got these. I got that guitar. I got this studio because I am concerned with the way people think of me or what my appearance shows. Right? I have the 5 o'clock shadow coming in right now. I got the greasy ponytail. Whatever. Okay. In some ways, do I care what their opinion is? No, but I am noticing what they're saying. Because we're human beings, we're social animals. We can't help but care about what other people think about us. And we can't help but do things and develop a personal style and put on makeup and do all this other stuff because we're humans. We do care. And one of the things, and I pointed this out on another show not too long ago, and I am sick to death of success porn hustlers. The first thing out of their mouth is, don't compare yourself to other people. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday. How about this? How about both? How about we do both? Because if all your gauge is of how successful you were, like, have you ever, like, it's one thing to, like, if you're like out of shape and you take your before pictures and your after pictures, right? So you're going to do 3 months in the gym, whatever. You take your before pictures and your after pictures and you want to see what the difference is and see how fat and lazy you were. And now suddenly you're in shape, right? Yes, you're comparing yourself to the way that you were before. Fantastic. Please keep doing that. There's nothing wrong with that mentality. Like, okay, well, hey, I made some progress. I look pretty good. Well, unless you don't look as good. Well, you can convince yourself that you do. That's was it a confirmation bias? But you can convince yourself of that stuff. But then there is, how do other people think? How do other people think of me? So it comes down to, like, what a lot of, I think, conservatives really complain about all the time, which is, the woke mob and the liberals, they everything's relative, right? It's all relativity. It's ambiguous. There's no objective, like, what is a woman, right? There's no definitive objective answer to that. So we just make up whatever the hell we want to. As long as you are stuck in the mentality of, I'm just going to compare myself to who I am. Like, if I think that I'm in shape, then I guess I am, right? And meanwhile, 73.6% of the U.S. population is overweight. Well, we already saw 69% of guys think that they're in shape. Clearly, they are not. Clearly, that can't be true if we're looking at stats that say, no, you're actually a fat ass. Whatever you think you are, we can redefine this. We can go and, like, remember the fat chick that was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And we can say, oh, well, we need to redefine what beauty is. Yeah, for women, we don't talk. This guy right here, we're not redefining beauty for Chris Pratt. Okay, that's not going to make the cover of Men's Health and Fitness. Like, when he's in shape, yeah, he definitely, what all he's doing is just eating, like, chicken and broccoli. I'm sure that he could probably go on the cover, right? And there's a reason for that, because we have an objective understanding of what is in shape for men. Meanwhile, we want to change that game to change the nature of the game, like what men should find attractive, by changing our opinion of it. Like, well, that's what should be beautiful. And if you don't find that beautiful, it's because you've been trained by a misogynist, patriarchal world perspective that makes you think that the fat chick on the Sports Illustrated cover is overweight. How dare you? Right? Exactly. Right. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you call Chris Pratt fat? Fat Chris Pratt. Oh man. How come Seth is not the peak attractiveness? How come he's not? How dare you? How come he's not on the cover of Fitness magazine, right? Maybe he considers himself to be in shape. Well, clearly he is not. Okay. who is saying this? Who's going to buy that magazine? Who is going to lust over Chris Pratt or Seth Rogen? Who's going to lust over that body habitus? No one. Women are not, because they feel like they deserve the best of the big. Clearly, we've already looked at the stats here. They deserve the top shelf guys. Everyone does. But yet we're going to still hear this story, especially from an old school mindset, that's not necessarily the case. Oh, I'm just looking for loyalty and love and commitment and blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, I'm sure right now, after 31, 33, 36 years old, that's exactly what you're looking for. You still wouldn't turn down a guy that looks like Jason Momoa, who had all those qualities. And you know what? He might not have to have all those qualities. He might have some very dark triad qualities, and you would still get with him because there's a physical arousal aspect that goes along with that. Okay. So this nonsense, by the way, so getting back to the nonsense here, the nonsense is this, is that I do it for myself. Now, if you have read my book, I want to say it's actually it's my second book. I think it's in what did I say? It's in, oops, sorry, let me put that on there. Okay. If it's in my second book, it's called Crisis of Motive. Okay. And Crisis of Motive is this. Who do you do it for? Who do you stay in shape for? Who do you put on lingerie for, ladies? Like, Tori, when's the last time you put on lingerie? I would like to know. Was it because you decided you were going to go, I don't know, put it on for you and vacuum around the house? You know, of course, I'm being facetious there. In that essay, Crisis of Motive, I talk about that. It's easy. I think it's easier for guys to sort of wrap their heads around this when I talk about it in a female specific perspective, because she just committed, like Jededia just committed a grievous logical fallacy. Okay, I just do it for me. No, you don't. You don't just, well, I wear makeup if I want to. No, I'm a bad bitch and I'm still attractive just because of me. No, you're not. And so in the beginning of that essay, I made, that essay came from and the chapter in the book came from a conversation I had with one of my poor girls at, I believe it was at a liquor promo. And we were talking about like she was actually talking about the chicks who were walking around this promo. And she's like, oh, look, it looks like she's wearing like lingerie, blah, blah, blah. And I go, yeah, of course she's talking about whether that makes a girl look slutty, that doesn't make a girl look slutty, that makes a girl look sexy, blah, blah, blah. And so we're having this conversation, and I said, well, you know, it rolled around to like, what about lingerie? Because like you'd see these girls in like bustiers and stuff like this. And this was, I think it was like late 90s, early 2000s. And I said, so, you know, why do you think women do that? Oh, they do it for, you know, the smart ones wear it for them. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah. She's like, I don't wear lingerie for guys. I wear it for me. I do what I do for me. If I want to dress up and put makeup on, I'm doing it for me. Bullshit. You are not doing it for you. There's a million, like, I don't even need stats to prove that. Like I can go and, I mean, I could give them to you, but I can disprove that logically. Now here's how we do that. Okay. So you got this girl and I'm like, so you wear lingerie just, you know, on the spur of the moment, just because I don't know why I did it. Like, it's like, there's no causality. Like, what is it that prompted that? Like, why would you even buy lingerie, period? I buy it for me. Oh, just so I can wear it. To do what? To go to the laundromat? To vacuum the house? And that's what I said. I said, so if I go over to your house at 4:00 in the afternoon and you're cleaning the house, you're doing dishes, you're, you know, cleaning the sink, washing toilets, vacuuming the house, I'm going to find you in full G-string, you know, garter belt and stockings and a push-up bra. And, you know, we were talking about this other girl. You're going to look like that. Well, no. I said, I'm going to probably find you in sweatpants and a t-shirt and probably no shoes at all. Right? You probably don't even have makeup on, your hair's tied back. Is that accurate? Yeah. Well, why is it that you're not dressing up for yourself every day, even on the weekends, even on whatever? Right? And I think there's this fantasy. Now, by the way, it sounds like I'm picking on women right here. I'm going to actually kind of reverse this in a second. But for the beginning of this, when I talk about like the crisis of motive, it's what do you do certain behaviors for? Do you go to the gym because you want to look better to get laid? Most guys will say, no, man, I do it for the health benefits. I do it because I want to lift heavy things. I want to be strong and I want to be confident. And I want to, I'm saying that's great. That might be one reason. But if you go and you say, you go to the gym because you want to get in shape and you want to look better and you want to look like Jason Momoa. I keep using that. You want to look at that like the hot guy in the foam cannon party because you want chick, you like the reward, you like the affirmation. Now, of course, what they'll say is, no, I don't need that validation. There's nothing wrong with going to the gym to want to look better so women will find you more attractive or more arousing, whatever it is. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. The problem is that by doing that, you've got to compare yourself with other people, not just who you were the other day or whatever your ambiguous sort of relative subjectivist definition of what makes you in shape and what makes you say, well, I'm sexy. How come girls don't think so? Well, because you're concerned with what other people think about you and you can't avoid that. We're tribalistic. We're human beings. We're social animals. We care. Now, my question is this. I said, okay, now let's switch this out. So for guys, like, what do you do these things for? When it comes to like business, they're like, oh, well, I really enjoy this. Nobody has any doubts about that. Like, well, why do you do this? Like, we don't ever talk about how guys have to be a badass in business for validation purposes. We don't talk about how men have men like find other interests, like completely apart from intersexual dynamics, right? Which is kind of hard to do, but completely apart from that, we don't go, well, you're only in that business because you're looking for validation. No, we'll only talk about it when it comes down to women because that's how men fight with other guys who outclass them. So it's like, oh, I wouldn't want to be Andrew Tate. I wouldn't want to be, Dan Bilzerian. I was like, don't worry, you never will be. But the reason why you're saying that is because you understand on an instinctive level that guy outclasses you, and not just like, oh, well, he's got these gorgeous women and he has to go and it's just him flexing. Well, he is flexing. But the fact remains is like he's not flexing to piss you off because he could give two shits about you. But the thing is you're going to look at that and you're going to go, yeah, he's got some hot chicks with him, right? Andrew Tate. The reason why people like hate Tate so much right now, especially the critic, Dave Portnoy of all people. You want to know what? By the way, you want to know why Tate's not on this show right now? And we're talking. We'll probably do it Thursday or Friday of next week. I couldn't get him on. He's too busy with Dave Portnoy. He's too busy with that other kid. What the hell's the guy's name? He's too busy with channels that have like 2 and 3 and 4 million subscribers. Sorry, but I mean, we're still going to do it. He's still a good friend, but we'll get to that like Thursday or Friday. But long story short, he grates people the wrong way. Why? Because people instinctively compare him to themselves. You can't. And by the way, that's a feature of being a human being. That's not a bug. You have to know, you have to have a realistic understanding of what your ranking is or what your, it's not about personal value so much. It's just like, okay, I realize that at my age, I'm in pretty damn good shape. The older you get, by the way, the more in shape you are, it becomes more of a flex. Okay. But I'm in pretty decent shape when I go on and I wear a tank top. Everybody, oh, Swallow Tomasi, right? When I go on Fresh and Fit and I'm in Miami, it's hot as fuck, right? So when I'm on there and suddenly everybody says, oh, you're on TRT or whatever, I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But what are you doing when you say, wow, Rollo's got some guns. Rollo looks like he's in shape. Well, how old is he? Blah, 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 right? You're comparing me to what at least what you think. Guys my age, guys my demographic, whatever, guys my height, guys, my ethnicity, white as hell, ought to be, or what the standard is, right? So you're comparing me to other guys. Why is it that you would do that? And, I wouldn't compare myself to anybody else. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody does that. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You can't help that. Human beings, like any other animals, understand understand pattern recognition. We understand the difference between ourselves and that other person. I know that I am in no way as good a shape as, like, say, Derek Thomas or O'Neill Thomas, right? Who, by the way, are really good trainers, by the way. I know that I am in no way as ripped and as cut and as, jacked and juicy as like Jason Momoa. I know that. I can compare myself, and I'm okay with that. I'm just fine with that. I know. I know where I'm getting. I know who's going to be, polishing my knob tomorrow. I know. So, but that's the thing is like, it's almost like you can't, like, you're not allowed to do that. Like you're less of a person. You're trying to validate yourself because you're comparing yourself to other people. Well, if you don't, then you have no sort of gauge for how great you are, or what your esteem is, or what your status is, or what other people are viewing you as. Right. So let's get rid of this nonsense about, I do it for myself. No, you do it for other people. Men do, women do, and men do as well. But the fact is like, you got this borderline arrogance about, I only do it for me. Like you're confident that you're only doing it for yourself. Bullshit. In fact, you're so unaware, so oblivious to your own motivations and your own incentives and the outside influences that motivate you to even have that attitude. The very fact that you're wearing what you are, like Jededia or me or anybody else, you do that because there's a certain expectation of you, or you're like, okay, this is what I'm at. This is my personality. This is what I want to put forth. The appearance of whatever it is that I'm about is what I want to put forth. When we talk about peacocking, when we talk about like, what is it? I think Tanner Guzzi had a great book called The Appearance of Power. And in there, it's like, would you go, I would, maybe this is a question I should ask Jededia. Would you go, if you do it for yourself, you wear whatever it is whatever the fuck you feel like wearing, would you go to a funeral in flip-flops and a Hawaiian shirt and whatever? Would you go to a wedding in pajamas and slippers, fuzzy slippers? Would you go to a job interview with, I don't know, in your underwear, or, with a wife beater shirt and jeans? We know this. And by the way, then there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with doing something for other people. But the reason why she's so adamant about this is because she's a feminist. And the prime directive of feminism has been this since the Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem era. It is never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. Anything you do has to be all for you. Yeah, that's how you have to justify. You want to talk about validation? That's validation. You're looking for validation because you're like, I just do what I do because it's all me. No, it's ignorance. And second of all, it's like willful ignorance on top of that. Like you're just obliviousness. But the thing is, like, you wouldn't do those things. You wouldn't wear those things. You wouldn't act a certain way. You wouldn't talk in a certain way. We adjust our personalities. We adjust our speech. Like when I go on a show, when I go on an interview and I don't know if it's okay to swear, I'm already like, I learned this the hard way with Pat Campbell. If I'm on a terrestrial radio show, I know not to swear. I just simply don't do it. It's not that I won't swear on like Fresh and Fit, but then you got a guy like Zuby who never swears at all. Right? Because that's the image and that's what he's projecting to people. Is he doing that for himself, or is he doing that because that's the image that he wants to project of himself? Got it? Okay. What is this, Sam? Why do you always throw in like these wild cards here? Rollo, why do women participate in a nudist community? How many women do you know that are nudists? I want to know what I would also like to know, like, Sam, here's your homework for the day. Okay. You need to go here. Here you go.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
All right, Sam, since you asked that question, here's your homework for next week. You've got to go find out what is the age demographic of most nudist societies. Like what's the cohort there? Are like black women nudists? Are like, is it only because whenever I see like nudist colonies or nudist this or whatever, why is it always white people? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm ignorant of that. I have no earthly idea, but I would say that they're probably all women. Women are all closet nudists. Yeah. Well, who knows? All right. So that said, let's continue a little bit further on in this.
That's what I'm saying.
More power to you. I want you to do just.
Adam's like, what did I just walk into?
I'm totally cool with that. But
yeah,
I don't think that most women, when they dress up and you're 5'5", all of a sudden you're 5'8". You had a B cup, now you got a D cup.
That's the problem.
Your lips are small, now they're big.
Yeah.
Your hair's this long, now it's this long. You're doing all these things as a woman because you want to feel good.
No, I think
bullshit.
I think
you want to compete in the sexual marketplace.
That's right.
And get a guy.
That's
and
true.
by the way, the top 80% of women, 80%, I'm not talking about homeless, raggedy ass hoes. Most women, 80% want the 20% of men. So if you go on dating apps, most guys, 50-50. Hot, not, hot, not, hot, hot, not. Guys, 50-50. Women? No. Oh, he looks nice. Oh, he's a doctor. Yes. Okay, no.
That's true.
Women are way more selective and
Agreed.
want quality versus a man wants quantity.
Well, she's not looking for quality. She's looking for cash.
Well, that's quality. That's what's deemed
That's
a
not quality.
high-value man.
That's not a high value man.
What? Well,
that doesn't make a high value
what do you
man.
mean? She says, I want a
To
guy
her?
to live in a mansion, to drive a Bugatti.
Don't take her advice. I'm talking to you
Women don't take her advice. Men don't take her advice.
You want to know
Call her out.
You want to know about a high value man? Ask a high value woman. I'll tell you straight up. Money does not make a high value man. What makes a high value man is someone who's responsible, someone who's committed, someone who you can count on, someone who's reliable, someone who's motivated. The amount of cash in your pocket has very little to do with what character you have.
Jed.
Clearly, this is false because, as I have already proved to you before we even got into this, is that women are looking to women. The reason why the marriage rate is so low right now is because women are unable to find an economically attractive mate. End of story. That's number one. Now, granted that, should a man lead with his wallet? No. Should a man be getting married at all right now? My answer is until we have marriage reform. No. However, she's from a different time. I don't think she has ever had these questions like posed to her before. So it's kind of like taking her off guard at this point. And of course, what happens is she's doing something that's very common. And of course, the older the generation, from a different demographic, this is sort of the standard fallback, which is qualify. Okay, which, by the way, is the no true Scotsman logical fallacy, which I think I have. Well, we can put that up there. There we go. The no true Scotsman. Okay, no true Scotsman is this. It's like no real woman would ever want to get with those guys. No real guy, no real Christian would ever say such a thing. No real whatever, right? And so it's like it's an unfalsifiable argument. Right. Well, those women are real women. Those girls on Fresh and Fit are not real women. I'm a real one. Take it from a real high value, high quality woman. Okay. Okay. Number one, I would ask does she consider herself a feminist? Because most conservative women don't. They don't want to be called a feminist. They don't want to be thrown into the same category as like Lena Dunham. Right. And then Adam did a pretty good job here. Why is she screaming? You know why she's screaming is because she's never been put on the spot like this to actually account for why she believes what she believes. That's why. That's why you get women who are very irritable, and that's why they have to qualify, or disqualify. What do you think? So Adam is still purple pill enough not to defeat. Yeah. Well, yes and no. I mean, he does an admirable job. This is just one clip of many. I got another one here for you a little bit later, but I wanted to point this out real quickly. Is like, does she shave her underarm pits? Does she do that for her, or does she do that because that's what pretty girls do in the United States, anyways? Does she wear what she's wearing right now? Why isn't she wearing a 3-piece suit? She's a powerful woman, right? She's a boss babe. Why is she wearing what she's wearing? Why is she wearing jeans? That's the thing is like, I love to get, occasionally I will bring this up as a book suggestion, which is The Appearance of Power by Tanner Guzy. Is we all subconsciously to some degree care what other people think about us, and we care about what the images that we're putting forth. All right. So when you guys see me with a pinstripe, a chin strap, oh, what's he trying to do? That right there is triggering that. It's so simple too. A chin strap beard. Why doesn't Roller just grow out a beard? Well, he's a man lady. He can't grow out. I can do it. I just end up looking like George Bruno. I look like Santa Claus, right? I mean, it's one thing to have my color of hair and my color of, a beard, right? And then have like a white ass face. You'll never see it, right? Until it starts looking like Santa Claus. But I do what I do. I've been doing it for a long time. And, when people tell me, cut your hair, why don't you cut your hair, long hair? People have been telling me that since I was 12, 14. Trust me, if the people back in the 80s couldn't convince me to cut my hair back then, what on earth makes you think you're going to convince me now? Anyways, so she's you can tell where she's coming from, but the reason why, by the way, that she's sort of like on edge right here, and you can tell it escalates as this goes on, is because she's never been asked these questions before. She's never been put on the spot like this, and so she's not educated enough. She's ignorant of this whole world and this dating dynamic and everything else. And she seems to think that if women would just sort of sack up, become boss bitches, just like she is, and didn't care what other people thought and did everything for themselves, that they would, first of all, that's possible. And then second of all, that they would be more successful and they wouldn't be low quality women like the girls on Fresh and Fit, if they would just adopt her mindset.
Telling you.
You can tell me, you can find me the most reliable, dependable, compassionate, nice guy. And if he's making 35 grand a year, move on to the next guy. No girl's going to deal with a broke guy. It's not going to happen.
I have dated many a men that didn't have a lot of money in their pockets.
Jed.
Many times.
And that's why you're the fucking boss.
No, I'm not.
You probably run the show with those guys. I don't know Jeremy, but I guarantee you run the show.
Jeremy, you know what? You hear what he's saying right now? Let me run the show.
I guarantee you run the show in your household.
No, you see what you're doing though?
What?
You're not listening to the high value woman tell you what a high value woman
Who
wants.
told you that you're a high value woman?
I did. I don't need you to tell me. That's why I'm a high value woman, honey.
Boom.
There you go. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but most women, they're trying to land
Don't say
a
most
man.
women though.
Okay, so you hear what's going on here, right? So the world revolves around me, the outside world. Like this is what I find fascinating is like this is on some of these other shows, like that she's done or Matt Walsh or anybody else, they complain and want to sort of, hold women's feet to the fire, hold the woke narrative feet to the fire. Like what is a woman, right? I mean, Matt Walsh does an entire documentary on exactly what's going on right here. I'm a high value woman, and I'll tell you what, I've redefined it for myself. So let me tell you what's really going on. Like, no, objectively speaking, you're factually, empirically incorrect. As incorrect as the girls and all the women and all the women in academia and everyone else that you run up the flagpole for, being ambiguous or subjective or social constructs or whatever else. You're being as ignorant and as deliberately ignorant, willfully ignorant, and deliberately oblivious to all of this as the people that you complain about, just as much as the bearded lady on Dr. Phil. It's the same mentality. It just sounds different because it sounds like female empowerment from a conservative side of things. That's why. Rather than looking at like the empirical data, rather than looking at what I just showed you with height and money, and we'll show you here in just a second the stats for when a wife gets a promotion at work, how that precipitates divorce. Why on earth would that do that if everybody is all badasses like me? Oh, well, no true Scotsman. No real woman would do that, would divorce her husband for that. I don't care if you've got money. And in a way, she's right because she's not married to those guys. I know. I used to be one of those guys who was broke as fuck. And I would go and be able to meet women who had jobs and everything. And they buy me drinks and they buy me cars and they buy me all kinds. All I got to do is smile at them. All I got to do is play that role. I didn't need money in my rock star 20s. I just had to be a rock star or something that looked like a rock star. And they, climb in the window in the morning to do that, to get after it. Because that's what they were looking for. They weren't looking, I certainly wasn't marriage material. Are you kidding? No, of course not. But they certainly wanted to have, a role in the hay with me. So, yeah, is it money? In the long term, it probably is. But, now she's viewing this from the perspective of a middle-aged woman who's married, right? She's past the epiphany phase. She's already consolidated on a guy who is her husband. I don't know what the relationship is like, but I think Adam's probably reading this right. And the fact that you could just tell in her tone of voice that she does actually run the show. She's one of these women who is just like any other woman who, whether it's on the left or the right or whatever else, who have been convinced that you cannot trust men for their own security, the long-term security. They are untrustworthy. They're jokes. They don't have money. They don't have what I need from them. So I got to do it myself. And that inspires this kind of mentality. And that's how you get this product when she reaches, I don't know, 36. How old do you think she is? Where are these men today? Yes, exactly.
Because you have to acknowledge that we exist and there's more of us than you realize, because you're used to seeing some girl be like,
Look, to be clear, I don't have any hobbies. Okay?
I thought women was a hobby.
Boom.
Okay.
Thank you. I work. I make good money. I spend a lot of time doing content with Valuetainment. And in my off days, I kick it with my boys and I kick it with girls in South Beach. That's what I do. Mm-hmm. I don't collect trading cards. I don't.
Maybe you should, because
I don't do rock climbing.
A lot of money.
I don't do parasailing.
Yeah, I
don't have any expensive hobbies. I don't have any weird little quirks. I'm a people person.
Everybody
I like
else.
hanging out with.
Yeah.
I mean, I can be weird sometimes, but the point is, I interact with a lot of women. I love women. They're probably the best thing on the planet.
Right.
No doubt. I'm not disrespecting women.
Hopefully you're not hanging out with women like that.
They're out there though. I avoid them. I give them a little Heisman stiff arm, and I keep it moving. But guys.
See, that's qualification. Well, hopefully you're not hanging out. You're not with those kind of girls, are you? That's disqualification. Like, remember last week when I was talking to you guys about what I was sort of giving you like the play-by-play of what Andrew Tate was doing with what's her name? Sean Reynolds. Here, that's the play-by-play. Now, did you pick up on that? It's, oh, well, hopefully you're not hanging out with those kind of girls, those ratchet 304s. Trust me. I know the kind of girls that Adams, gets with. And he's not going to make a big deal out of that, but it's like he is in a different world. He exists in a different, he's immersed in a different social environment condition than she is. And so you have this back and forth between this uneducated, ignorant woman who is confident in her ignorance and falls back on, well, you guys, and I get this, right? MGTOW and Black Pill are going to say, oh, that's shaming language. No, it's not. It's disqualification language. It's not so much shaming as it is, I'm going to disqualify those women because she clearly cannot compete with them on a level that is sexual. Why are they on there in the first place? Why do it if you watch any after-hour show on Fresh and Fit, if you watch anyone, the first thing in the chat is, oh, she's a 6, she's an 8, she's a 1, she's a 4, she's a 7, she's a this, everything. Like the minute the show starts, from the word go, oh man, she's fat. Oh man, she's too heavy to have that kind of an attitude, right? She's too old to have that kind of an attitude. She's too whatever, right? So when we talk about that, our criteria is, of course, men's criteria. How hot is she and how available is she? Simple as that. Okay. But women expect you to respect the fact that they're going to go, well, hopefully it's not girls like that. I'm Adam Sosnick. I'm worth X amount of dollars and I can do whatever the hell I want to. So if he wants to be with chicks like that, it's not that it says more about her trying to disqualify. Like her default is to disqualify. The default, and all women do this, even you, Tori, right? The default is to disqualify that woman from the sexual marketplace. Well, hopefully you don't really like, that's what sluts wear. Hopefully you don't like that, right? What that is doing is it's eliminating that woman from the sexual marketplace so that you'll repeat the same thing, so that you'll seek validate. It's like, I don't care what other people think. Yeah. Well, then why are you trying to disqualify women from the sexual marketplace so that you can spread this idea that it should all be about what's in the inside and that your memes are more potent or more powerful than hers? All right, let's keep going.
We'll find her attractive and get caught up in like Charlotte's Web over there.
I'm sure. The idiot men. They're out there.
Yeah. See?
Yeah, but if you're a guy.
Can I tell you something though? You talk about money a lot. The women who go after men, I'm not talking about women who find guys that they like, they're really into, and that guy happens to have money. That can happen too, right? You find a guy, you click with him, you met.
Accidentally had money. I don't know. I was on Seeking Arrangements looking for a millionaire. He just popped up.
On many levels, they happen to be rich. Great. It's an added bonus. That works. What I'm talking about is women who actually go for a man based on their finances. You know what happens in those relationships? In 5 to 10 years, I will guarantee, 5 years, let's make it 5. I guarantee you those women are either divorced, they've left, they've taken what they can get, they're out because they went for him for the wrong reasons, or they are now still married and sleeping with the guy who works down the block at the bar and plays guitar and sings to them at night and makes them feel wanted, desired, appreciated. So what I'm saying is, be the type of man you want to like shoot for success. Financial independence is a great thing, right? It's respectful, it's ambitious, it's fantastic. I appreciate it in men, I appreciate it in women. Shoot for that. But that doesn't make you a man. What makes you a man is...
All right, so let's stop right there because she's going to get into qualifying what makes you a man. We're going to get into we're going to talk about like this ambiguous, subjective ideal of what makes you. I'm a high value woman because I say I am. But let me tell you what makes a man. I love that. I love the absolute obliviousness of this. Okay. So first and foremost, she starts here again. Well, hopefully you don't like those kind of girls. Those kind of girls will, in 4 or 5 years, 6, 7 years, they got married or they hooked up for the wrong reasons. And so therefore, and then they're gone. Right. Well, probably because that guy cycled them out for someone who was a little bit better man, who was like Leonardo DiCaprio. Do you think that Leonardo DiCaprio's like string of girlfriends who he cycles out either intentionally or not, do you think that they don't know that? Do you think that that's not all over the internet and yet they still sign up for it? He's got all kinds of money. That's not because of getting together for the wrong reasons. It's like that's the guy can do that. He's a high value guy who can do what he wants to do. He knows that he's Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay? And that, again, that's a celebrity. Most guys don't really realize what their own potential is or what their own value is. All right. In fact, women are very threatened by guys who understand what their value is to women. So with that in mind, we've got to find some way to disqualify that whole dynamic, which is what she follows up with here. So, well, we got to talk about like, those women end up leaving or they end up, single and divorced or whatever. That is playing, by the way, to the fear of missing out, number one. And then number two, it's the fear of trusting men. And I see Pearl's in the audience, is in the chat right now. Tori's in the chat right now. And I know that you guys have covered this, is particularly Pearl right here. You have encountered this. Hell, we've encountered this on Fresh and Fit. Women, when we talk about like Femme Sapien, when Allie was talking about how women need to submit to men, or she submits to her husband. And the first thing that comes back in her chat, the reason why that blew up and went viral, that video, that Pearl shot of her, the reason that went viral is because it triggered that fear in women. You trusted a guy. You entrusted him with your sexual capital. You trusted him to not run away with the hot secretary once he got made partner in the law firm. That is still a pervasive mythology that women cling to. In fact, women have found ways to modify that to work within the framework of why it is that they're boss bitches. They can't trust men. They've been taught that since the time they were 5 years old by Disney and Pixar. Don't trust a man. You could be anything you want. You could be an astronaut. You can do this. Just don't trust men. And the first thing out of women's mouth when someone like Allie says, "Wow, well, I trust my husband and I submit to him and I love him and I depend on him for my security, my long-term security, my love, my emotions, my money, everything else. I depend on him for that." What's the reason why that grates on the last really 3-4 generations of women is because you can't trust women, or you can't trust men. You cannot trust them, because if you do, then something bad will happen. And you'll hear that. You'll still read that in the responses to Allie and to Pearl and everyone else. You'll still read that. Well, what if he leaves you? What if you got to have your own money, girl? You got to have something going on the side. You got to have a side hustle because it could happen at any moment. Like that's the extreme. That is like it's so common right now, but it's this maximal like fear factor that is not about distrust so much as an conversation. It's not about like getting your own and being a boss babe and everything else. It's trusting men. It's trusting someone else with your, you can't trust men because my dad was a son of a bitch. He was an alcoholic, beat my mom, blah, blah, blah. Right? Oh, men are fat, dumb Homer Simpsons. Men are fat, stupid, and they need women to save them from themselves. That's the only archetype I know of masculinity. Then I need to be the one who, because you can't trust men. I wouldn't name a woman who is going to trust her life, right? Who is going to entrust the security of her life and her children to a guy that looks like this. Who is going to entrust their future to this? Who? This right here is the average American man. Don't trust him, because once he gets his and once he gets built up and once he has something more than you, he's going to leave you, girl, and why? Because they know on some level of consciousness that other women, younger women, will outclass them. That's why she wants to disqualify all the ratchet 304s on Fresh and Fit. Oh, they go and they try to find these girls. I'll show you the other clip here in just a second. But they seek this out. They're just trying to make women. They're just trying to make us girls in the sisterhood look bad. No, that's not it, because you're ignorant of why they do what they do. But the fear is that guys might think that those women represent the majority of women, which is ironic, because when I talk about like female solipsism, which is an innate part of women's sort of psyches, right? The innate part of women who don't want to trust, but they also want the world to revolve around them, to the point where she's like, I'm a high value woman, and I'm just about to tell you what makes a high value guy, what makes you alpha, what makes you desirable. Here we go. This is what you ought to be looking for. I guarantee you who she's about to describe here is not who she would have described when she was 23 years old, when she was 22, when she was at the peak of her sexual agency. It's now about trust and love and loyalty. You'll notice that those are the words that come out of her mouth. Trust, love, loyalty, honor, this, that. It has to be, it's all these esoteric things that make good attraction cues, but they're not arousal cues. So it's trying to find that blend, right? It's like the whole title of this show, like, do modern women really, want good men? No, the answer is absolutely fucking not. They're not even looking for those guys. They're looking for different men at different phases of their maturity, at different points in their lives. And right now, the advice that she's going to give to younger women, or to even men who are younger men who are looking to, find a girlfriend or want to get laid or want to, get married eventually, to even guys in Adam's demographic. Here's what you ought to be doing. And if you don't, you're not a man. I've got the masculinity card right here. I got the masculinity certificate and a medal here. And if you don't follow my directions, you're not a real man.
Their character. Don't forget that, because we see the high value women of the world. We see what does a woman expect from a man? This manipulate men.
To expose what men need to look out for.
It is disrespect.
No, because when you put a mic in front of somebody,
let me back up. My bad.
Have game and hold frame. What does that mean?
Serve.
When a guy gets in a relationship, our chair, they don't wake up every day and say, I'm telling you, they don't like, we got to fuck these hoes, bro. We got to fuck them up. We got to expose them. We got to make them look stupid.
Wait, hang on. That's the wrong one. Here, let's put this one in the stream instead.
I agree with what you're saying.
Cool.
Like, money will only get you in the door, so to speak.
And it may not get you in some doors.
Right. True that. But it is a major quality to get you in the conversation with a woman, where you live, how much money you make, your car, all that stuff.
See, that doesn't impress me at all. That wouldn't impress me at all. Maybe
Depends on the woman. Okay, so every woman is like this unique natural snowflake. See, I pointed this out before. That is the fallacy of individuation. It's the idea that every person, I should say every person on planet Earth is this special, unique creation. And you never know what it's like. Life is like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get. Like, you don't know that. It could be, girls could do this, girls could but yet she's already classifying the kind of girls that go on Fresh and Fit. Now, I'm not like, yeah, they're 304s. I'll be the first one to admit that. Sure. But they're from all over the place. Not just from Brickell, not just from Fort Lauderdale, South Beach. There's a lot of them from there. But I've met girls who have been from Ohio. Hell, Tori's been on that show. She's from Chicago. What does that say? She a 304? Tori, are you a 304? If so, she's very unique, right? So is Femme Sapien. So is Pearl, right? Pearl's definitely not from the United States. Well, she's from the United States, but she lives in somewhere else. Oh, not all women are like that. No, yeah, they're still unifying characteristics.
Listen, maybe I'm the odd woman out.
Exception.
Maybe I'm the exception. Maybe I'm
important.
just doesn't, like when I think of men, I'm married now. So I'm trying to get back into my single head. Jeremy, I apologize, but I have to do it.
Sorry, Jeremy, we're going there, buddy.
I have to.
She's mine right now,
but
buddy.
What really appeals to me in men is like a man who can take care of business, like who can run his household, who can defend himself, who can who can cook, who can, make some cash, who can go build a construction site, go build something, go show me something you did with your bare hands. You crawl out from underneath a car that you just fixed, that's me. So to me, all that, I don't care how much money you have in the bank. I care that you can put a roof over your head.
Like a greasy car mechanic who makes 35 grand a year, comes home with his dirty fingernails, and he'll cook you a salmon fillet. Why isn't that
your husband? Does cook a salmon fillet every now and then. It's quite tasty.
I thought Jeremy works in like tech.
Tech, not really tech.
But but he's not getting dirty and doing manly stuff.
No, well, he does. He's like very into like everything in my apartment. Like he had to hang, he had to do like we do what we can. We live in an apartment, but he does have that rawness to him. But all I'm saying is like men oftentimes have this perception of like money. And I think what that means is for a lot of women, for me anyway, it's not about cash, but it's about like, I like an ambitious man. Mm-hmm. I like a man who wants to take care of his family, who wants to put a roof over their head. If you have kids, who wants to take care of business. Money is part of that.
Let me tell
you. You don't have to be a zillionaire and be flashing me your cash and your Rolex and all your bullshit. I don't care about any of that.
You just hit the word, because I've Google it. I've interviewed thousands of women, especially stuff on men on the street. And even on my show on the Saucecast, I asked women, what are the most important qualities you're looking for a man? And you just kind of named a few of them. Number one.
All right. So, and thank you for that, Joe. I actually had that stat. I was about to roll that in there, but you beat me to the punch. Yes. Jedi's husband's net worth is $2 million. I think he's in tech. I'm pretty sure he's in tech. So she didn't get it with a broke ass bum. Let's just throw that one out there. Okay. By the way, another thing is, and for those of you who know, have watched the interview that I was on with Coco Butte, right? If you go and you watch that, or you go and you watch the interview between the fight, between where's I gotta put this on there? Finish her. Between Allie and Pearl versus Coco, when that was going down, I since my interview with Coco, I went and I looked up what it is her boyfriend does and where she's at. I'm like, how on earth does she afford to live in Brickell doing what she does? And the fact of the matter is she's her boyfriend is very, very wealthy and pretty much bankrolls her lifestyle so that she can go on, whatever show she's happens to be on and talk about female empowerment, right? Oh, I just do this for me. Right? Well, again, thank you for that, Joe. But yes, her husband net worth is $2 million. Okay. So he ain't broke. I don't know what hers is. They're probably both very high earning people, right? But she's not married to a sandwich artist. She's not married to a mechanic, right? She's not married to the barista. It's not about, it's all just about, he has a lot of ambition, so I married him. There's in a way, she's kind of hitting on something that I talked about in the past, which is women want a guy who has potential. They definitely want a guy who has a purpose, ambition. I would never, think anything else. But the reason for that is because it comes back to what Rich Cooper has always said, which is, women don't care about men's struggles. They wait at the finish line and they bang the winners. Okay. Not every guy is a winner when that woman meets him. So, like I said, I've used Gary Vee as an example of this. Like Gary Vee just got divorced and he's getting divorced. Maybe he isn't quite yet, but you get a guy like Gary Vee who's made a lot of money doing whatever hustle he's been doing, right? But prior to that, when he was in his 20s or whatever, I think he's been married to his wife something like 20 some odd years. When they got married, he sure as shit wasn't Gary Vee at that time. He wasn't making the kind of cash he is now. Same with good example, Robert Kiyosaki. When he met Kim, was not certainly not a household name like he is today. By the way, he's on Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro. But back then he was not as made, let's just say, as he is right now. He had a lot of money, right? But what happens is when men, most women can't be the chick waiting at the finish line to bang the winners. The wrong place, wrong time. Maybe they live in the Midwest, whatever it is, circumstantial or whatever else. So most women have to look for potential in a guy. They have to say, this guy's a good bet. This is the horse I want to bet. The money, I got all this money. I've got all this capital. That is my sexual agency. That is my power. This is what men really want from me. And I'm at the peak of my agency potential. I'm going to take this. I'm going to bet it on Jeremy. I'm going to bet it on Rolo. I'm going to bet it on whoever who isn't, or Gary V, when he's like in his 20s and not made at all. And he's just hawking, wine sales somewhere. Right. But I have a feeling, I got a hunch. I'm going to make a bet here and hopefully to pay off. And more or less, when women are looking for quote unquote loyalty, dependability, potential, passion, drive, whatever name the adjective or adverb like that comes out of women's mouth when you ask them what they want. Name whatever that is, and I will show you how it relates to that man's potential to be something more than he was when she met him to what he is right now. So if it works out for you, you go, well, I must be brilliant. I must be a high value woman because I figured it out back then and he didn't have money. And so what I did was I bet my sexual agency on this guy and it paid off. Unless you're Gary V's wife who, made off with a lot of money, or Mackenzie Bezos who made off with $33 billion, right? Courtesy of divorce. And now he's with Lauren Dirty Sanchez. Or Gary V's with the new hot chick who's like 36, 38 years old, who's like on his staff or something like that. Probably never touched a piece of ass like that in his life, right? He's like, oh, now I got all this money. I can do what I want. And again, that plays to women's fear of not trusting men. Because what happens is women understand on some very visceral gut level that if they make a bet on the wrong horse, if they make a bet on the wrong guy going forward and their long-term security, if they make that bet and they say, well, I'm hot, I'm sexy, I'm fun, I'm good in bed, I jump around and I'm enthusiastic with this guy. If I use that but lots of men want this, like it's in high demand. My sexual market value is in high demand. And I want to get with this one guy because I think he's going to be a winner in the future. Or maybe he's kind of showing signs of being a winner right now. I'm going to bet all of my sexual potential, all of my opportunity cost that I could have had with other guys on this one dude. And then what happens is the fear is when women get to 36, 38, whatever, and they've lost that capital or they don't have as much of it, let's just say, when they get to be 35, 36, 37 years old and they go, oh shit, this guy's a loser. I was so sexy and hot and fun back in the day. I either need to divorce him or I got to find something else to do. Or it's, oh my God, I can't believe he's fucking the secretary. Like that's the whole... and why is it so earth shattering to women is because they put all of this investment, all of this time on all of this capital, this sexual agency capital in a guy who, when he made partner in the law firm at 36, it starts hitting his stride and becoming more sexually selective. At that time, he turns out not to be the guy that she was hoping he was betting her sexuality on when she gets to be about 36 years old. That's why women viscerally react to Allie. That's why women like this, like Jededia, just great at women who are 22, 23, ratchet hoes on Fresh and Fit. They're just dumb bimbos, right? Yeah, bimbos that guys who would be winners, who would have the money, who would have the fortune, who would have all of this their own sexual value or sexual market value capital. When you want them, they don't want you because you're the man that you turned into the man that you wanted to marry, right? But because of that, they're not looking for you. They're looking for youth, beauty, and fertility. And that's why they go back. That's why they go, I want to go with the girl that's 25, 27, 26. I got to at least be able to talk to her, right? But they're looking for a woman who is younger, hotter, and tighter. They're looking for a woman who is in the peak of her sexual fertility era, right? Even Aristotle said this. What was that? The best age for men to marry is like 37, and women it's 18, right? That's Aristotle, not me. That's Aristotle, right? Because that woman is just getting into her best years, and that man is just hitting his stride during that time because it takes longer for a man to mature into the things that make him maximally attractive to women. This is completely oblivious. It's over her head because she has no occasion to think about it. She has no incentive to have any kind of insight to say, well, maybe I'm wrong about this. maybe this is actually how things are, because to do so would be like saying you've been living your life wrong. Right? So what she's done, and I don't know her background, I don't know the situation between her and her husband or whatever, but I will say this is that women with that frame of mind, women with that kind of like really over the top hubris about their own self-esteem, about their own selves, like Adam, I think got an accurate read that she's very much an alpha boss bitch, and by necessity, because she's the kind of girl, I don't do anything for men that don't want to have anything, I don't go and put makeup on. I don't do this stuff for me. Right. Well, yeah, if that's been, let's just say for sake of argument, that's been your attitude from the time you were in your 20s up to where you're at right now. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I can definitely see you getting with a guy who is like your quote unquote equal, right? Getting with the guy who is, but not still, she's not with a broke dude. She's with a guy who is what, worth $2 million at least. Okay. So what does that say about the whole mentality? What does that say about the, to me, it sounds like cope. It sounds like rationalizations, because he's asking questions that she doesn't have easy, quick answers for that grate against her ego investments in herself.
One is confidence. Women like a confident man. Mm-hmm. Is that fair to say?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a little weird on that because I do kind of like the Peter Parkers.
Because you're the
shy.
alpha. There it is.
Yeah.
But you're not most women.
I like confidence.
You're not most women.
I don't want somebody who's, I do like confidence.
Number two,
I do.
Ambitious.
Yeah, I do.
They want a man who's ambitious. The problem with ambition is that's great up to a certain point. How many 80-year-olds are made no money? You're like, oh, I'm going to make it one of these days. It's like, no, motherfucker. At some point, that ambition needs to turn into money.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I agree with you.
So ambition's cool when you're young and you're hungry and okay, like I'm going to bet on this guy. I don't know. He's 26, but I think he's got something going in. But like by the time you're 36 or 46, if you're still broke, but you're ambitious.
Yeah.
At what point does a woman be like, yeah, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
So ambition needs to turn into some sort of success.
Yeah.
And once you start having success, confidence comes with success. Like I've always been pretty confident. Like I always I've always done well in school and girls and sports or whatever. But when I started having money and I was like, all right, wherever I go, whoever I meet, I'm good. I'll be able to handle anything because I had the confidence from the success that I had. And that to me is what a high value man is these days. You're confident, you're successful, but you also act like a gentleman in front of women. You don't like any guy who makes money and is like the man and treats a woman like shit, dude, you're missing the whole boat here.
If you like the short clip, you can catch up.
That's that for that one. All right. Kick this one off. All right. So I'm not going to even play the entirety of the other one because I got other things I need to get to. However, what Adam just described here is exactly what I just described a minute ago, right? Women don't want a broke guy. In fact, when that guy becomes broke and she thought he was going to be a winner, that's when she jumps ship. That's when you get, let's see if I can find it. That's when you get women who are going to divorce guys because that dude is not the kind of guy, or it's not the dude that was a good bet. Here, this is what I was talking about. Okay. State University, I want to say this is Chicago State University. The State University psychology professor told me she was seeing many instances in which married working class women who earned a college diploma felt they'd outgrown their blue collar husbands, even leading to marriage breakdown. Okay. This is from a Newsday article. I would give you the link, but it's behind a paywall. Sorry. I kind of always come back to that one right there. But the fact remains is that money is very important to women. If you saw the first clip that I put from a headline news in the beginning of this, like even the girls are smug about it. They're like, oh, of course. Yeah, of course. It's important. Ambition, this, that. But that's not the average guy. We just here's the average guy. I mean, right? This is the average dude, right? Where do you go? There he is. There's our average dude. This is the average dude. He doesn't look like that. It's funny how like they have all these stats that like make guys look like schlubs, but the model that they use for the average dude is not the average dude, right? Like look at the 13-inch guns, right? Like, oh, this average size of men's biceps is 13 inches. That guy does not have 13-inch biceps. Trust me on that. He's more like he's pushing in the 18 range. I mean, I don't know what exactly they are, but this is not actually the average man, although that's the what they want to point out as being the average dude. This this is the average dude. Okay. This is the average dude. Simple as that. Average women do not want to get with average men. And the reason they don't is because they're bad bets for future security. As I've said before, women hate beta males. They hate this. They hate beta males so much that they will go to 4, 8, 10 years of college to get a degree, get into a business, work a soul-crushing job just to avoid this. Just to avoid, where is he? Just to avoid Seth Rogen, just to avoid this, right? And that's they think they are, right? They'll spend like I think that's one of the interesting aspects of this sort of like female empowerment narrative is that women will make sacrifices to avoid, a guy like this, but in doing so, it takes them 10 some odd years because they're living the lifestyle of a man. It will take them 8-10 years, which eliminates their sexual capital so that they can become boss bitches to avoid Seth Rogen, right? So there is that. I'm gonna switch off to the next one here real quick. Thank you, Tori, for your constant encouragement. You're like my cheerleader. You're like the lead cheerleader. You're like the flyer cheerleader on Cheer. All right. So let me get to these real quickly. Hey, Derek's in. I run my 7 miles in 7 minutes. Damn, son. I don't know what, I wonder what my mile is. Like, it depends. Like, when I'm running with like Ned and Bambi in the morning, I can do a mile. I think I can do a mile in 10. About 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. Depends on if they see rabbits. We'll make it there in 5. Let's see. Derek again. Derek, by the way, is one of my trainers. His brother O'Neill is also one of my trainers too. Go check them out. You can check out Derek on Instagram. Also, his brother O'Neill. They have a fitness program, and I'm doing my homework on it. Like I said, I'm doing the work right now so that I can give you an honest evaluation of it at some point. Chat, this man Rollo Tomasi is jacked. His name is now Swallow Tomasi. What's up, Rollo? Make sure the guys finish this video. Yeah, you should. Please do. Because I don't really talk too much about like physical fitness. I don't get too much into the fitness side of things, and I really kind of need to, I think, because if we're going to talk about money, muscles, and game, I really need to at least address that to some degree. Did you know, Mad? Any new Evo Psych book suggestions like Alpha God? Let me get back to you on that. Digi, there's a few that are coming to mind, but I think it would take too long for me to go dig them up for you right now. But yeah, the answer is yes. The short answer is yes, but the long answer is I'll get back to you. Got my hair long again, like Armand from the new. Yeah, thanks. Interview with the Vampire. Afternoon Roller, what are your tips conducting research? Okay, I already did that one. And let's see, Richard, more proof of the 80-20 rule. Yes, only 14.5% of men are 6 foot and above. But women in 2020 will have nothing less. Well, let's just put it this way, Rich. Those women who put that in their prerequisites. By the way, it's not just like, oh, well, he was 6, so I settled for it. This is what I am specifically looking for. It goes on the questionnaire. Filter out all the dudes who are 5'11", who are 5'11". Filter out all those dudes. I don't want to talk to them at all. That's where this came from. Where you go? Oh, there it is. There, right. Okay. These are filters set in advance by female users by height. This is on Bumble, where only women can approach you. You guys don't get to approach you on Bumble. I don't know about Hinge. Pretty sure it's not Hinge. Definitely Bumble. It's one-sided. Only women are making the approaches. And that's what they put as their prerequisites, their filters that come in first. Let's see. You got that. There you go. I love this. People don't even dress up for themselves at their own funeral. Yeah, true. Stupid people are smarter than ignorant people. In some cases, I don't know about that, but I'll tell you this: I would say that I think I have more respect in some ways. I have more respect for stupid people than I do for ignorant people, because at least the stupid guy can blame it on his own sort of like mental, like, yeah, I lack the faculties to understand anything. And trust me, I can point out some really stupid people, but I think I'm more insulted by people who are just don't want to do the work. They just don't have the interest, but yet will try to confidently tell you why they're right. And clearly they're in error, and clearly they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You want to know why I rarely do debates? Most people don't know what they're talking about, but they're happy to pretend as if they do. Those red pill guys are always talking about fucking anything on two legs. Those red pill guys promote promiscuity. Those red pill guys, that Rolo, I can't believe he's married because he talks about like spinning plates. Oh, that Rolo guy talks about spinning plates. I can't believe he's married. It's absolute, utter ignorance. Not stupidity. It is ignorance because they don't care to educate themselves before they speak. That's if I have a problem, like people say, oh, well, you think you have a problem with Jordan Peterson. You're professionally jealous. No, what I have a problem with is this presumption that anything that rolls out of Peterson's mouth is in some way education, like informed in education for you. Like he knows what the fuck he's talking. He has no earthly clue. But when people ask him, hey, what do you think about the price of tea in China? He's going to tell you, oh, well, China back in the day, blah, 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 tea, this, blah, blah. He'll make up shit on the spot, or he'll confidently throw something out there because he knows that people expect him to have a pat answer, to understand, to have this wisdom, this sage wisdom of some Tibetan monk on the top of the freaking mountaintops, Mr. Guru. When clearly you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't have the frame of reference. You don't have the experience, the life experience, the lived experience. You don't have the academic experience, but you will speak as if you're knowledgeable because you know that people expect you to be knowledgeable. At least, and I will do this myself. If I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'll go, I don't know what that is. In fact, I feel bad if I don't have stats, but if I don't know what that is, I'll find out. I'll do it. I'll go look it up. Because it will probably take me all of 0.0072 seconds to get a return on that on Google. They pulled the same shit, by the way, with Andrew Tate. Like when Andrew Tate was making, what was he talking about? He was talking about, I think men and women, like the richest men and richest women or whatever. I forget what the stats were, but he made some particular claim. And I knew that it was correct, but they went and did one quick Google check on this. And they said, oh, no, here's a woman who's this way. She's the one who's like, she's got more power. She's got more money than these guys, whatever it was. It was completely the wrong thing to go look up. But when you're in the middle of a show, you can't just stop the show and go, okay, let me go. Here we go. Okay, let me see. You have to know these things. You have to have memorized, but you have to have the presence of mind to know what the fuck you're talking about. And that takes education. And most people don't have the patience or the insight or the incentive to even do that. But they know that they're on the spot, and they know that their reputation as an influencer depends on them thinking that they know what the fuck they're talking about. That same shit with Drew Afawalo. She thinks she knows what I'm about. She thinks she knows what this show is about. She thinks she knows what 20 plus years and 5 books that I've written is all about from a 30-second clip. That's what I have a problem with. Not jealousy, not, oh, he makes more money than I do. Nope. It's ignorance. Have you written a book for men about how not to get married or you could lose 56? No, dude, I haven't actually, but I have in a way. I guess if you, shouldn't say that actually. Positive Masculinity, the 3rd book. Go look that up. That's where I've talked about it before. Okay. That's another thing I love. The whole thing about Rolo's married. How can you be married and be red pill? Right. Well, you don't know my background. You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know that I've written 5 books. Like Michaela Peterson, perfect freaking example. When I went on her show, she's like, oh, here's Rollo Tomasi, the author of The Rational Male and other books. She didn't know that it's a 5. Well, then it was a 4-book, but a 4-book series. But she has to pretend like she knows what the fuck she's talking about. No, she just simply was too lazy to figure out to do any kind of. She basically wanted me on just to try to run me up the flagpole for what I said about her and the previous video. She doesn't care about interviewing me. She doesn't care about, what I've done in the past. She doesn't care about the lives I've saved. She doesn't care about anything that I've done in 20 years of doing this. When I started, she was watching freaking Jimmy Neutron. She didn't. That's because she has no earthly reason to bother with that. Anybody got time for that? Who cares, right? The FNF girls identify as real women. Yeah, that's all that counts, right? You are what you identify as now. Yeah, well, it is because it's ambiguous. Saralita. By definition, men are the ones who see if you are a woman suit for a serious relationship or not. Yeah, suitable for. As women do the same for men. No such thing as high value woman with no man, in my opinion. Yeah. Again, I think that when we talk like one of the things that you will see women do, there's just two ways. This is a logical fallacy too, by the way. First thing that Jededia does, and you'll see this in the next clip here. The first thing she does is disqualify. Those aren't real. No true Scotsman. No real woman would do that. No woman with any amount of self-esteem would ever have these conversations. No woman, she would never have anything to do with you. Oh, you like her? Well, a woman like that is ratchet and 304 and blah, 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 right? Disqualify and no true Scotsman. Those are the logical fallacies that are being employed. Now, the other one is turning the argument back on the person who is making the argument. And where is that? Since I'm right here, I might as well put that out. I forget which one that is. It's not appeals to authority. It is, ambiguity is an easy one, right? Using double meanings and ambiguities of language to mislead and misrepresent the truth. Okay. Now, the problem with it, when we're looking at this as a logical fallacy, and these are my logical fallacies, by the way. When you look at that logical fallacy, when it comes to ambiguity, this is what a lot of wokesies use, but it's also what a lot of conservatives use when they are married to an idea that they don't want to, their security blanket. They don't want to let it go. Okay. Oh, this is it. Here we go. Tu quoque, right? Avoiding to engage with criticism by turning it back on the accuser. Answering criticism with criticism. This is the go-to tactic of pretty much anyone who's critical of me, anyone who's critical of the red pill, anyone who's critical of Fresh and Fit, this is it. Like, look at this really quick. I didn't know there was a Latin word for this, right? Tu quoque. I hope I'm saying this right. Avoiding having to engage with criticism by turning it back on the accuser, answering criticism with criticism. I know you are, but what am I? Infinity. What about men? What about this? That's bad, but men do it too, and it's worse, right? But we're not talking about that. This is the default logical fallacy for every woman when they encounter something that they can't handle. They have no counter argument to with the red pill or with anything that I say or anybody else, right? And then, of course, we go to an appeal to emotions, manipulating an emotional response in place of valid or compelling argument, right? That is, what is that, children? That is, who hurt you? What was your family like? Have you ever fallen in love with a woman? What's your relationship with your mom ever been like, right? How is that? Know that when it comes out at you, know that that's what you're dealing with at that point. All right. Let's go back here. Let's see. Cryptic coil. When people tell me things like I'm this high value, whatever, I'm always like, that's not what and that's not for you to decide. Right. Because you care what other people think. Right. People think that Andrew Tate is a high value guy. Okay. Your interpretation of, like, there's guys who think that he's the worst thing in the world. Like Jededia talked about, he's a scammer. He's bad for women and bad for children and blah, blah, like, because and if you don't think the same as her, then there's something wrong with you. Then clearly you can't see this. And then there's other guys, right, who are like part of Hustlers University, or they see me, or they say Myron's not really an alpha male. How can he talk so knowledgeable? Who cares, right? That's your. First of all, they're not promoting themselves as alpha males, and then second of all, it's like, even if they were, your definition of that is going to be colored by what you think best applies to you, right? So, tell you the truth, because it's like, I can't go to the club and tell ladies that I'm tall, dark, and handsome. Yeah, well, because that's the reality of your situation. One man's chorus. Rolo, can you do a video debunking the notion that we live in a free, unregulated sexual marketplace? Recall Mooncats comments about how guys shortchanged on the dating apps supported communism. Yeah, well, that's this. You know what that is? Let's look, children. That is also known as the slippery slope, right? Which I believe is up here, the very, very first one. Okay, slippery slope. If you believe this, you'll end up becoming a fascist. You'll end up becoming. You're radicalizing the youth of America. Rollo, don't you realize what you're doing? So noted, one man's chorus. I'll see about that. Lord Panic. Ooh, Rollo, do you think a day will come where most women will finally realize whatever they've been told by society is nonsense? No, I won't. Not until we stop rewarding that. I'm glad you brought that up. Let's actually Lord Panic, because that kind of key. I will hold your thing for a moment here. Sorelita, why in any generation discussion, general discussion, women insist that they are special? Of course they do, because it's called solipsism. The world revolves around them. Any woman feels, pretty much every woman, I should say, to some greater or by order of degree, feels like she is uniquely qualified to speak for all women. Well, I'm a woman, and as a woman, let me tell you a thing or two. Let me give you a bit of information. But that, as a woman, no, either. Like, I love how, thank you for bringing this up. I love how it's all about, well, let me tell you, as a woman, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's one side of the mouth. And the other side of the mouth is, we're all special, unique individuals. You can't really tell, that type of woman, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you do not, by the way, ladies, Jededia, whoever, like, if you are of this mentality, you do not get to say, as a woman, let me tell you how women think. Okay. You don't get to say and pretend that your lived experience is the cosmic universal definition of what every woman's experiences is, and get to say, well, all women are special when, we're all unique, and it's all, you never know what you're going to get in the box of chocolates. You don't get both of those. That is cognitive dissonance that women have no problem with. Remember when I keep telling you guys, when it comes to especially when it comes to optimizing hypergamy, women have no problem whatsoever with cognitive dissonance. They can hold two conflicting concepts in their brain at the same time and not even realize that they're doing it. As I would doubt that Jededia knew what she was saying. You do not get to say, well, let me speak to you on behalf of womankind because we're like this and this is what we're all looking for. You do not get to say that sentence right after you said, well, everybody's special and you don't know what you're going to get. And, we're all different and we're all special snowflakes created by God above. And there is nothing that makes us in any way, like the other. You either get to have something that is unifying in general about your sex, your gender, or you get to be able to say, well, we're all special snowflakes, right? So what is it? It's determinism. I don't want to talk about determinism, but like it's like determinism or random chaotic whatever. It's like, we're all individuals. You never know what you're going to have. You don't get that. It's one or the other. There has to be something that's unifying. There has to be something that is a like when women say, oh, Rollo, you talk about nothing but sweeping generalities. Well, that's where the truth starts, is finding what the general truth is, what the predictive framework is. Am I saying every woman is like this? No. You've heard this come out of my mouth. It's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. The general truth is any woman can. The proximate truth is that any woman can. Any woman, it's not that any woman will, it's that any woman can. So to say, well, we're not all like that. Not all women, NAWALT, right? Not all women are like that. You don't get to say NAWALT and then speak on behalf of all womankind. Ladies, pick one or the other. Stick to whatever your epistemology is, right? I mean, that's a big word, I know. Stick to whatever that is. So if you're going to say we're all random forces of nature, then okay, let's proceed from there. But you don't get to say that you're speaking on behalf of all of those random forces of nature, because clearly that one contradicts the other. Stop it. Jesus Christ.
Finish her.
Jededia Bila interviews Rolo at 10. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I would love to. I would do it. You know I will. Hey, Shark Toes. Really, dude? Hey, from a man who plans to show you what he has built down the road by inspiration, can you explain what women go through when they take a chance on a guy and he later becomes that guy? Well, what they're hoping for, that's actually a pretty good question there, Shark Toes. Okay. So that's what women are hoping for. They're hoping for the best, right? They're hoping that not every woman gets to be the girl who's waiting at the finish line to bang the winner. Okay. Now, does that mean that women who make a bet on a guy with potential and that potential pans out, does that mean that she can appreciate that guy's struggles that much more because she was there along with him while he was like trying to make, I don't know, whatever. I always use this in this example, but like make partner in a law firm, right? Or he becomes a surgeon, or he builds his business, or I don't know, whatever his ambition happens to be. And he achieves it and he makes a good chunk of change off of it. And now he is a winner. Well, guess what? The bitches at the finish line don't get him because you're in the car as he crosses the finish line. Ha! See you later, bitches. That's what it's about. That's what you get. There you go.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now, bitch, that's you. That's you. If you made a good bet at 24, 25 years old, and he turns out to be a good bet, and you're happy with that. Now, the problem with that is, first of all, women are told never to trust men, even the guys who are the good bet. So when you're 36 years old and your sexual market value is well into its decay, you don't want those bad bitches on the finish line to be able to jump in the car and kick you out because you've been riding with this dude since 24. You don't want somebody coming in there and take it because you're the one who has that investment. You invested your sexual capital, your time, your energy. Maybe you gave the guys babies, whatever. And I'm not saying that there's not some equity in that. There definitely is. But the idea, the fear that the guy that you made the bet with is going to kick you out of the car at the finish line and get the hot jet screaming hootie queen, pull her in the car, the big tits, blonde hair, blue eyes, nice ass, and like rides you to glory. And she didn't have to do anything to help you get to that. She made no investment, nothing. All that becomes worthless. And that's why women get afraid to submit to men. Because they're like, well, he's a good bet, but I don't want to submit to him. I better have a side hustle because if it turns out that he's fucking the secretary at 36 years old, I got to have something going on so that I can hit the ground running. Now, that doesn't say much about your sexual capital, but it does say something about your long-term security. So that's why that is an ever-present fear. It's I got with a bad bet or I got with a good bet who later kicked me out of the car and picked up some hot little, 21-year-old, pulled her in the car and drives off into the sunset with her after I made all these sacrifices for this guy. That's why women get pissed off. That's why they get upset. And you want to know why? And the thing is women get lost in that preparation. That's why I need to be a strong, independent woman. That's where all that comes from. Strong, independent woman comes from a fear of making a bet on a guy who has potential, who actually makes the most of that potential, and then kicks her out of the car when he passes the finish line and drags a cheerleader in. That's what women are pissed off about. The problem is they get so hung up on that they never find the guy who is the good bet. Or if the guy that they do get with is a good bet, he's meek and mild and willing to sort of knuckle under to her strong, independent, alpha, boss babe, bitch mentality. And then that's when they kind of get upset with each other. They don't know that you want to know why. Those are the relationships that end up going to shit. Because she got with a guy. She's like, damn, is he the best I could do? No, he's not. But hey, I'm in a good position. Men should find me attractive because I'm an alpha female. I'm Sheryl Sandberg. And therefore, all I got to do is boot this guy out of my car and hope that, the next Jason Momoa, who is a millionaire, wants me. And it's already too late. It's done, but you can't understand why it's not working out for you. That's why. So that was a good question. Jimmy in Dallas, Leo needs to mentor Will Smith. Yeah, he does. Will Smith needs a lot of work. He needs an intervention in the worst kind of way. Someone needs to tell this chick that exceptions don't make the rule. Yes, I know. Gunslinger. Groovy Gunslinger, women want a man 6 foot or taller, but do they really know what that is? If I meet a guy that is 5'10 or 5'11 in person, are they really going to be able to tell that difference? It's just on paper? Well, yes and no. Anyone who you want to know why I always tell you guys go out in the field, get off of freaking Tinder. First of all, you're at a huge disadvantage. But get off Tinder, go out there, develop game skills, approach women live in real time. Yes, your rejection is better than regret. Go out and get rejected. I'm telling you right now, Rollo Tomasi is saying this. Go out and get rejected. Get rejected a lot of times because you won't understand how to develop social skills until you do. Learn how to deal with it. This is not the participation trophy. Not everybody is a fucking winner. And there are winners and there are losers. And sometimes to get to be a winner, you have to lose a lot. Go out there, get rejected until you don't. Get on that treadmill and run till you're thin. Right. But as far as a 6'5", 5'11", I'm 5'11". Fresh is 5'10", 5'11", something like that. And we are some of the shortest dudes in the manosphere at 5'11". We're taller. I'm taller than the average man, who's 5'9.3", right? Apparently 5'9". Okay, I am taller than the average dude. So I've got, do I not have a height advantage? No, because you're not 6 feet tall. Only women want the guy that's 6 feet tall. Well, exactly what you're saying here is pretty true, Groovy Gunslinger. When you meet a girl in the club and you're taller than her, as long as a dude who's not 6'3" comes up behind you and tries to swoop your girl, you're the tallest dude she can see until the next guy comes up. So as far as that localized sexual marketplace is concerned, then, yeah. No, women don't know what they want. Adam is not equipped to go head to head with this host. He's a Padawan learner sparring with an experienced Sith. I think he did okay. I can't fault him too much. I think he's on point with a lot of. There's a lot of stuff I would have made, like other like points I probably would have made. It would have been unfair for me to be involved in all this, but I think he did all right. I give him a B-. That's what I give him. Sancho, she's delusional. No woman wants to be with a 55,000 euro. Yeah, because remember, 56.5 is the average income for guys. I bet from 30 to 80,000 with a minimum of 10 years. She'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I've had more beaches look my way when I was at 80,000 and at 30,000. And I'll tell you half the reason for that is because you're manifesting different behaviors as a result. Alvin, Jed talks too much. Talks too much and nothing about her screams feminine. That's true. Sancho, once again, told Torsha before the ex-wife left for the plumber because he was already making 100,000. He was 5 years older, like 32 or 33. I was barely 27, making 70,000. She couldn't wait. Can't blame them for hypergamy. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Okay, hypergamy is not a straitjacket. You can use hypergamy to your advantage. Stop crying about hypergamy and use it. Learn it. Live it. Love it. It is a feature, not a bug. It is not what's preventing you from getting laid. It is not what's preventing you from having babies or having a relationship. That's not what's preventing you. You know what's preventing you is this. That's what's preventing you. Rollo, is it possible that Jededia is a gamma female? Asking Adam why are you going for younger women while you can go out with an older woman? Yeah, smarter, intelligent. That's a very good point. Very good point, Mark. What you'll find, gamma, I don't know if I would use that terminology. However, this right here is an excellent point. Okay. When women get to her age, when they get past the epiphany phase, when they get into 33 and older, could be as young as 33, could be maybe 43. They get to a point where they have to convince not only themselves, but other guys that if they want to follow their biological imperatives and they want to get with younger, hotter, and tighter, there is something wrong with them. This is when you'll hear women say, Rollo, how do I find the nice guy? Where's the nice dude? Where are the guys who are living up to their responsibilities, to me and the feminine imperative? Where are those nice guys? I can't find them anywhere, Rollo. You should teach them to be better betas. Where are those guys? You know what demographic says that? 33 and older. 23, that never comes out of their mouths. Where can I find the nice guy? Get the fuck out of here. You know how old that chick was on the Steve Harvey show when she was saying, Steve, I've done everything that the society's ever told me to do, and I'm still waiting for God to give me my preordained man at my doorstep, and my mom wants to have grandchildren. Where is that guy? Nowhere. You know where that guy is? Standing right in front of me, because you became that guy. Congratulations. You fell for it. You played yourself. That's where that guy is. Yeah, no guy wants to get with that. And she's not, like the guy was saying, she's not feminine. She's very masculine, very, very masculine energy, right? Okay, yeah, I can feel the warmth of the energy. But I don't know if I would necessarily call her like gamma male or like a gamma male version. I suppose you could. Maybe there's some, like, I think women who are like, as a gamma male, a secret king or secret queen, Michaela Peterson is a gamma female. She's a secret queen. Everybody should respect my authority. I'm Peterson. Let's see. Well, you can't go. Okay. So, but that's coming back to that point. Why would you want to men? Like, it's fine. Well, yeah, you're right in a sense, like men. Logically speaking, man, like said it like suddenly at 33, it's like logically speaking, man, it's like you're suddenly dating like Mr. Spock, right? Logically speaking, you should be dating me because I'm more intelligent, I'm more made, I know what a man wants, I have lived experience, and I'm about to hit my sexual peak because that's what popular culture has told me, that it's evergreen and I never have to worry about it. And the only reason you can't appreciate a great high quality bitch like me is because society taught you that you should go for jet screaming hootie queens at 23 with big tits and blonde hair and blue eyes who bang you like a porn star. That's a social problem. We need to really work on you, mister. And if you don't like me, and if you don't want a girl like me who's smarter and more seasoned, then there's got to be something wrong with you. No, there's nothing wrong with you. It's in her best interest to convince you and gaslight you that you have a problem for wanting what your basic biology wants, which is younger, hotter, tighter, and a girl who's not run through. But the social conventions for women's that age is, well, it's infantile men who are afraid of a woman or threatened by a woman's, success, or strong, independent woman. I'm really a badass, and it's your problem that you can't be attracted to me. So, but on what world does that work? Even rationally speaking, in what world does that work? It doesn't. That's why women are like, oh, Rollo, help me find a nice guy. What do I got to do? Dumb yourself down. Oh, you're not going to do that. Oh, I can't help you then. But that rationale of it's men's problem for not seeing my intrinsic value, and here I am alone, and I'm just like dying on the vine here, right? It's rotten fruit rotting on the vine, baby. Here it is. Come and get it right now because I'm way better than these bitches are, and you're not. You're a yellowed pearl. Your expiration date has passed, and any guy that would actually get with you, you better thank your lucky fucking stars that guy gave you the time of day. That guy might actually want to get to know you, especially with that attitude and that hubris and that lack of appreciation. Any guy, by the way, ladies, if you find yourself in this position, if you find yourself in 33 to 36 years old, let's just say somewhere, and God forbid you have a kid in tow, but even if whether you do or you don't, you find a guy who is older than you, 37, maybe he's hitting his stride. He is at the peak of his sexual market value potential, selectivity. He knows, and you know, that has maximized he's a winner, right? He's maximized the potential. It took him longer to do that. He's 36, 37. He could cheat on you, right? When we talk about, do men deserve to cheat? Blah, blah, blah. Right? That was part of this interview as well. He could. He's the kind of man that other men want to be and other women want to bang. And he's the kind of girl or kind of guy that could cheat if he wanted to. But he says, you know what? I know you're 33, 34 years old, but there's something about you and I really love you. And you're hot, you're sexy, you're fun, you're vivacious. You're not in my face. You're not annoying, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think I'll stick it out with you. I promise I'll marry you. I'll be committed to you, however you work out monogamy, right? I'll do that. If you are not thanking whatever gods you worship that this guy came into your life, there is something seriously fucked up in your head. something seriously wrong with you. You want to talk about ignorance? That's willful ignorance. Well, he should be. Well, he's 30. I'm 34. I'm not getting any younger. I need to have baby. My clock is ticking. If that's your attitude, you have the wrong attitude. Seriously, you need to adjust that shit immediately. And thank your lucky stars. Thank thank Odin. Thank the All-Father that a man came into life and he could have had somebody else. A high guy, especially a guy who's like acknowledged, like women, like, no, you know, this dude's like 2-3 steps above you. As I was saying before, like I can statistically prove that to you as well. Why are you not just praying to God saying, thank you? Yes. Instagram, what's that? OnlyFans, what's that? Like what? At what point? Like it should be just the natural, progression right there. But no, that's not how it works. That's that hubris is really. You want to talk about how guys have to like kill the blue pill, like kill the beta kind of thing? I've written chapter after chapter about that. You want to know why it's so like it's difficult for guys to kill off that old beta blue pill mindset of themselves. Imagine how tough it is for women to kill off that kind of boss bitch hubristic nature in a world that rewards them for nothing else. Like imagine trying to do that. I'm not saying women can't. I'm just saying it's completely counterintuitive, counterinstinctual for women to even regard, like to even have the thought to do that. But if that guy comes into your life, ladies, like, whatever karma, I don't care, whatever, like be appreciative of that. If not for him, so, I mean, yeah, definitely appreciate him, but appreciate your situation. Appreciate the fact that, oh my God, this is pretty rare. When I will get to this later, but when I talk about, high value man or a low value woman, high value, whatever, quality, whatever this is, she's trying to, like Jededia in that first clip there is trying to point out or present this idea that like women's approval and women's quality is this rare gift, this rare thing, and that high value men are common. But women like her, like they're not appreciated, right? Oh, we want to get those ratchet girls from Fresh and Fit. But when I counsel guys who are trying to get back into, and I'm not going to sell anybody out, but like when I do like private one-on-one counseling, one of the first things I will do, and I actually did this with Adam, is I'll go to the female delusion calculator. And I've used it on this show. I'm not going to call it up right now, but it's the female delusion calculator. So I think the website's I Got Standards bro.com. I think that's what it is. But the female delusion calculator, it will give you an accurate, at least some, like a ballpark of like how rare is that woman that a guy or how rare is the man that woman is looking for? Like the female is the one that's deluded, right? So we'll type in height, weight, obesity, ethnicity, how much money he makes, because that's important. That's just the basics. You don't have to like strip it down to like, oh, he's got to be from the Dutch Amish country, Philadelphia Amish Dutch country. Right? No, it's not that specific. It's just about the basic attractors, let's just say, of men, right? Okay, how tall is he? That's on there. What race is he? Is he white, black, Asian, other, or any of them, right? You can have the anything. Is he overweight? Is he obese? You can put those in. Married, not married. Like, are you a homewrecker or are you not a homewrecker? Like, you can put those things in. And there's easily found statistics on CDC and on the Census Bureau data, like easily found. So easy that they could make a calculator, a simple HTML calculator about this. You go on there, and I do this with guys. Like, I'll get Adam, like I did this with Adam back in February on Patrick Bet David show. I said, let's see how rare an animal you are. And your age demographic is on there too. And I did that with Adam, and I want to say it was like 0.0265 or something like that % of the US population who have your kind of, who fit your bill. So if you were a woman's ideal, that woman would be ass out trying to find a guy like you. Right? Very, very rare. High value men are extremely rare in the United States, I don't know about other countries because I'm only going by this delusion calculator, but are exceptionally rare. And even the guys, like when a woman says, well, I need a guy who's 6 feet tall, he's got to be in shape, he's got to make X amount of dollars, he's got to it has nothing to do with like, oh, he's got to be funny, he's got to be loyal, that's out the window. All it is just basic like attractions. Right? You put those in, you will find out what your quality actually is. And I do that with guys who are getting back into the sexual marketplace, or they've been divorced, or they're like coming back, or their girlfriend dumped them, and they're like, oh, Rollo, how do I get game? How do I get back into the game? So first of all, you realize what your real value is in the sexual marketplace right now. That's number one. Number two is, again, that's completely against, like, you could be like physically deformed, whatever. I don't know. But as far as the demographic is concerned, that's what your rarity of, a rare Pokemon of a man, right? And then you say, okay, guys, what are you looking for in a woman, right? And then there's the male delusion calculator, which is, just sort of like figuring out, well, how persnickety am I? How selective can I actually be with, I know it's an old term, Cappy knows. How selective can I really be, right? And you type that in. But I will tell you this, in almost every instance where I have put a man's value into that calculator and then I put a woman's value into it, or the girlfriend that he's trying to get back, I'll say, describe your girlfriend, the ex, right, that you want to get back. Let's look her up, right? Okay, she's this. Is she overweight? A little bit. How tall is she? Because that's on there too, right? How old is he? Is she white? How much money does she make? Blah, blah, blah. Right? Or what's the minimum? What's the maximum, right? You can put in the characteristics, just the basic characteristics of the girl you're trying to get back with. And you realize you compare that against your rarity versus her sort of, commonness in the sexual marketplace. And guys are like, holy shit. And you see it in black. This isn't like, oh, I feel like I'm very valuable. It's not about feels. Merch. It's not about feels. It's about, here's the data sets. You are a very rare Pokemon. And that girl, she's a common card, or maybe an uncommon card, but she's certainly not a rare card. Okay. When you put it in no uncertain terms, you put it in logical, empirical, statistical, like nuts and bolts numbers in front of that guy, guys have a different opinion of themselves. At least that's a good starting point for them to have a different opinion of themselves. So guys, if you're watching this show, do those calculators and compare them against the girl that you're with right now, or the girl that you want to get back with. Again, and look at the value of that girl versus your own value, or what you think your potential value is anyways. So wow. Okay, you guys are going crazy. PP, I see you. Thank you very much. All right, Thomas, I got to you. Guys, I got another little bit of a video here I wanted to get. Did I skip your super chat? Somebody pull that up for me, please. Sam, if you would be so kind as to pull up Blue Pill Unplugged super chat, I'll get to it. Will Ned be visiting Cappy this week? No, unfortunately. I've got my dog sitters coming in. No, I was thinking about it though. I would have to drive them there. You don't take a Greyhound on a flight. I'm sorry. I would get to it. I will get to your untouched super chat. Dave Lauro, who did the cover for my book. Watch the Alexis Texas sauce cast. Both of these women are insufferable to the same degree. Yeah. I think Adam's going to hit I think Adam is going to hit, critical mass with the red pill at some point. If he hasn't already. I like Adam a lot. I'm just kind of disillusioned with the whole valuetainment thing right now, because I don't think they know what they're doing, and there's an extreme lack of professionality in all of it. Sam Whiskey, this for Nessa. Thank you very much, Sam Whiskey. I got that. There we are, Wayne. Wayne, in her own mind, tradcons like Bila are not the feminists because they don't adhere to all of the dogma. They just have the same mindset. Yes and no. Where did that mindset come from, Wayne? I will repeat this one more time for you, just briefly here. Everyone that you know that has been born after 1960, 65, everyone you know who has been born after that time, or has lived the majority of their life after that time, is a feminist. Or they've had feminist ideology, feminist propaganda, feminist legal shifts, Anything that has been inspired by a feminist doctrine, a feminist philosophy, that is already a part of your way of thinking right now. Mine too. Okay. Certainly Jedediah's as well. Okay. The very fact of, well, repeal the 19th. Like, people don't even know what the 19th Amendment is, right? Okay. Even just saying something like that is absolutely ludicrous, because it's untenable and it's never going to happen. However, the very fact that you would say repeal the 19th means that you have at least some acknowledgement of that feminist indoctrination that has been part of your upbringing, part of your watching Disney and Nickelodeon and everything else since you were like, well, actually, probably since before you were born. So, for the Ned Fund, thank you. He appreciates it. Wait. I need a dog barking. I'm gonna have to record Ned barking so that we can here. You can have this. Yeah, that's what you get for the 500, whatever those are. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, and so does Ned. See, Tori, you should have a fund for your Dalmatians. Just a tip. Yes, again, geez. The college fund for Ned. He's going, what should Ned major in? Bitches. Let's see, track and field, actually. Mark, Rollo realized that the betas are useful for financial security, whether it's Jeff Bezos or collectively as on OnlyFans. Yes. I'm going to fire through these really quickly. Definition of being woke: action towards social justice that only leads to more division, political correctness, reverse racism, and misandry. Thank you. Okay. Oh man, I think I got to get to a point where I can only read like $20 super chats, and I don't mind putting your stuff on the screen there. Agreed, but I would take it to one step further. Average women do not want above average men. A woman who is a 5 does not want a man who is a 7. I disagree. I think most women want at least someone who is one step above them, if not 2. And the reason for that is I'll explain. There we go. There it is. All right. Thank you for the $100 super chat, PP. You are getting the only Don DeMarco of this show. I got $500 on the last one. That was pretty good. Thank you. Why is so much of the red pill centered around females? It's not. If you marry one, they can take 70% of your assets. Oh, thank you for explaining that to us, because we've never, ever talked about that in the manosphere. Thank you for enlightening us. Thank you for enlightening. Maybe you should start a show and actually talk about this. Dude, seriously, we've been talking about how long you been here? How long you? Do you know who I am? Let's see. Am I going crazy? I don't think I'm going crazy. ML, is the fear of losing the man they have invested on partially based on thinking men are going to behave like women and are going to be hypergamist? I don't know about the hypergamy part of that. I would say that the fear of losing the man is based on opportunity cost or investment cost. Okay. If we're going to talk about things in terms of like the sexual marketplace, people, I've seen this, by the way. I know how things come in circles and come come back into vogue, I guess. Another one right now, and I got this, and do I have that? I might have the. Do I have? Oh, I do actually. Here. Oh man. I'll throw this one up on screen here. It's too good not to. But there's this school of thought amongst women who think of something like the manosphere. Like, I got this as some serious critique. Where'd it go? There it is. I don't know who this chick is. This was on Instagram. So here's that attention you ordered, Chickadee. This was it. This is so much misogynist crap. No offense. Women are not products on the open market like a strand of petals. Okay. So what this is saying is like, again, this is always an appeal. Like, whenever I use the term sexual marketplace, or you commodify women who are only too happy to do it themselves. Right. But whenever men commodify women, then they're being they're dehumanizing women. Women have no problem dehumanizing themselves. But if a man in any way refers to women like the commodities women make themselves, then suddenly he's a misogynist, right? I have news for you. If this argument is correct, the inverse is true. Okay, what is that, gentlemen? What is that? That's tu quo quo, or tu quo K, right? Well, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, right? I have news for you. If this argument is correct, the inverse is true. Y'all think that you improve with age. Men who met themselves, let themselves go, thinking they are a gift to women, are so pathetic. Maybe it's easier to prey on a younger woman when she is less experienced and less discerning. Well, clearly she's not, because we can statistically prove that they are not. But I believe you're viewing this whole thing through a highly transactional lens, sort of like the way that women consider themselves as commodities. If a 21-year-old woman dates a man 10 years her senior or more, don't kid yourself into thinking it's for love. Trust me, dear Annalise, they don't. In fact, right now, it's exchange. Most men think in terms of transaction. A relationship based on mutual respect and regard for fellow human beings is not predicated on superficial things, such as women's selectivity at 21. Maybe that? I don't know. Sure, attraction is a big factor. No, arousal is a big factor. But I have news for you. Anyone can keep their vitality, beauty, and desirability. It's regardless of their calendar age. No. How about no? Right? How about this? Remember what I told you about? Like, if you ever want to be a millionaire, read this and then create a product that panders to that mentality. Fear of missing out. Every woman's sexual market value decays with age. End of story. Stop. Full stop. The show, the store is called Forever 21, not Forever 41. Again, when we were talking, they were talking about like, oh, I do this for me. I put makeup on for me. Blah blah blah. No, you don't. You know how I know that? Because there's an entire cosmetic industry that's worth trillions of dollars, and you know what it's based on? Making women look younger. If it was just do it for you, then you would presume that there would be products that would have been developed to make women look like old women. That there would have been products that would make women look differently or would be counter. And they would sell very well because women do it for themselves, right? If it weren't about looking younger, looking fertile, blushing the cheeks, right? Showing signs like makeup is essentially trying to simulate signs of sexual arousal, of interest, of dilated pupils, of flushed cheeks, of whatever it is. And by the way, like eyeliner, yes, like to show more visual interest, right? To focus on the eyes that much more. It's not just about like, well, I just do it for me. No, you're doing it because that's what first of all, that's what society, other bitches expect of you. Like, oh, he looks cute. What's shade of lipstick is that? Right? She doesn't wear much makeup in the first place, but she does do her hair and she does stay in shape. And she does. Why not? I do it for me. Okay. Well, what else do you do for you? I eat 3 Taco Bell Grandes every day because that's just me. Oh, I go to the gym because of me. No, you don't. The cosmetic industry is not a multi-gajillion dollar juggernaut because women want to look older. They want to look younger. Why? Because they're trying to look good for men and even potential men that might be out there. They want to, at the very least, look like they belong in the group of women that they happen to be with at that time, at that event. That's why. Okay, keep going. Thank you, Tori, for being my magician's assistant today. The lovely assistant. Oh, I also see Pearl in there too. Gamma females are everywhere. Can't leave you guys alone for a second. Brew Labs. Women just feel justified in speaking for all women because in most traits, the female distribution curve is within the standard deviation of the mean and opposed to men. They think men and women are the same, so they talk about men too. Yeah, exactly. That's an important observation there, Brew Labs. Very important because when we live in a gynocentric social order, it like the female experience becomes the correct experience, but it's also the default experience that every woman believes that is mutually shared by men. Their experience should be exactly what men's experience is. And if men deviate from that, that's how you get toxic masculinity. Like I said, there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There is only masculinity and the aspects of it that are convenient or inconvenient to the female experience. So masculinity is great when it's time to, grab her hair and take her from behind. And it's toxic when it doesn't serve their purposes, or it's like guys just geeking out and being guys, right? Then it's toxic. Then it's like, no, it's not serving our purposes. Sancho, I use hypergamy to my advantage. Thank you. Let's see what else, son. Hi, Heather Locklear. Hit the wall hard. Yeah, but don't look at Heather Locklear. Look at Heather Thomas. Go look it up. She's way better. Even at her age, Heather Thomas is not too bad. And we came down on like Paulina Porizakova, and the only reason I came down on her is because of this stupid expectation that everyone should find her attractive at any age. She is attractive. She's not too bad looking, especially for her age. She's well out of the global mean, right? Let's keep going. What did I miss that? Which one did I miss? Paul, evolution explains why women want over 25. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because of long-term security. You know what? Screw it. I'm way too far down, so I'm just going to read these. Blue Pill Unplugged said, it seems the more information available, the less effort people put into developing competencies. My father's generation figured things out for themselves. Yeah, I read that, dude. I read that, man. I already did that. Blue Pill Unplugged. Women on TikTok bemoan only subpar men available. When I comment, women get what they qualify for. If they qualified for a high value man, they would get him. And the vitriol is amusing. Of course it is. Like, what else is there? It's like we're almost getting to the point right now. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that one. We're getting to the point right now where it's like, what? Like, I have to value like what's my time worth? What's worth like looking at? If women did all the things they do for them, how come this is feels before reels? How come they continue to sexualize themselves and make TikToks asking where are all the good men? Where all the good men went after they had their fun in their 20s? Stay woke. Thank you. We will. Blue Pill Unplugged. I think I got to all of you. Okay, I did. Okay, good enough. Fine. Now let's do this. Look at this one. Have a look at it.
What does a woman expect from a man? This ties in. Don't worry. You know I like the transitions, people. You have.
By the way, I like how you do like a shoulder bop whenever you make a good point. That shoulders are bopping.
Shoulders are bopping. Okay, let's go. We're going to play this one, and we're going to talk about it. This is amazing.
Okay, for me, he has to give me the life that I want.
He has to give you the life that you want?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what is that life exactly?
Spoil me, live in a mansion, buy me a Bugatti, take me wherever I want, buy me whatever I want.
Fantastic. And what do you bring back to that man? And what do you give back to that man?
Me?
Yes.
All of this.
So you were able to delineate exactly what you wanted, but you cannot delineate what you bring.
Yeah, I bring myself to the table.
Okay, so let's take a look at it. The reason that this came up for me is because you were talking about boys' night out and like kind of these caricatures that we have of women and of men. First of all, those are your friends. Show, by the way? Yeah. Those are your friends, right? You're fresh and fit.
Yeah, we're cool.
Okay, they're ridiculous.
Really?
They're ridiculous.
Who's more ridiculous, them or that girl?
Okay, well, they are on a mission. I think it's pretty obvious to everybody. They're on a mission to make women look bad and to make women look like that. You want to have fresh and fit. You want to have a real ass woman come on and tell you what she wants from a man? Have me on. They're having all of these girls. I can set this up very easily. These are not women.
Okay.
These are girls. And what she's talking about is glorified prostitution.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's what she's talking about. So he has them on. They have them on. They're a team. I know. I don't know much about them, but I know they were on your podcast. They did.
Yeah. So let me talk about them as if I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't know them very well. I've seen this one here from this, not even 30 seconds, for this 24-second clip. Let me tell you about everything that's going on here. Really. That's your take. That's the whole thing. Yeah, she is. Yeah, you're right. She is kind of angry. She's angry because, and you'll notice, and this is the anger. This is the resentment of a woman who is now in her probably, how old do you think? I don't know how old. Somebody find me out how old Jededia Bila is. Certainly in her late 30s, mid 30s for sure. Okay, but post epiphany phase for definitely. Okay, this is what you hear from women who want to find ways to marginalize younger, hotter, tighter women who outclass them in the sexual marketplace. Well, these are girls. These aren't women. And men don't want girls. They want women. Just kind of like, I know what a man is like and I know what masculinity is. So let me tell you a bit of information. Right, that's the operative point anyways. Oh, she's 43. Thank you. I didn't know. Really? Does she look 43? How old does she look? What do you think? Optical age. What do you think? Where is it?
Kowalski analysis.
Oh, optical age. What is it? What do you think her optical age is? Oh, thank you. Jededia Bila, 43 years old. When was she born? Oh, wow. It's 1979. Good year. I was 11 years old. All right. So she's 43 years old. I don't know how long she's been married, whatever, but she's most definitely a product of a sexual marketplace that is no longer in existence. Okay. Even if she got married in like 2012, like 10 years ago, right? She was 33. Even I don't know when she got married. I don't know when she was set up, right? Oh, wait, here we go. Thank you very much for that. Wow. And Jeremy, her husband actually was born in 1982. So he's younger. Early life family. Okay, whatever. I mean, I don't have, I'm not trying to dox her or anything like that, but it's just like, I have to sort of put things into perspective here so that we can look at things like, where to go? Like this. I definitely have. So timeline wise, right? Let's bring up the timeline. Kowalski timeline. Okay. All right, here we go. So she's well past the security phase. She's well past the developmental phase. She's probably in, if she was going to, this would be the time where she was looking to redevelop it for redevelopment and reassurances. If you read my second book, which is the preventive medicine, the rational male preventive medicine, she's well into that era right now. Okay, so she's ignorant of Fresh and Fit, and she is most definitely ignorant of the current present sexual marketplace as it is in a global sense. Okay, the sexual market, I feel pretty confident in saying this. The sexual marketplace that she met Jeremy in, or she was a part of when she was single, no longer exists, or it has so radically changed that she can't speak knowledgeably about it. However, as a woman, let me tell you a thing or two.
Good job.
I've been on their podcast. They've been on Pat's podcast. Right. They're in Miami.
I disagree with them 99% of the time. Okay. Respect what they're doing. They're doing a show. They're making their money. Yeah. But this is a character of a female.
Okay, marginalization.
Well, they're not putting words in her mouth. No. They said, what do you want from a man?
And what do you think they hunt out when they want to put a girl on the show? Someone who's going to say that? You think they're going to want me to come on and say, when they say, oh, what do you want from a man? Me to say, oh, I want a really good sense of humor. I want somebody who's going to, be able to talk to me and communicate. They're not looking for that answer. They're looking for.
All right, no, that 100% false, first of all. And I'll tell you why it's false, because here's what happens when a woman like Jededia goes on a show like Fresh and Fit. They'd probably be happy to have her on there. They would love to. I make it convenient, right? But I would argue that they probably would not have a problem with having her on there. Hell, they'd probably have her on there solo, right? I'll talk to her. I'll be happy to. But the problem is that you're going to run into a situation where she's going to run out of answers. She will run out of convenient answers and then fall back on an emotional appeal. Who hurt you? What was your family like? There's got to be something wrong with you because you don't agree with the common. I'm right, and everyone knows I'm right, and anyone who disagrees with me must have a personal problem, and so therefore we've got to disqualify your opinion, right? So we're going to make it about emotions. This is what I keep telling you guys. Like when people told me like I was punching right with Matt Walsh, that's one thing, right? People say, well, Matt Walsh is on our side. No, he's not. He's part of the problem as well. Just in a different way. Jededia Bila, she's right, definitely right wing, but she certainly doesn't sound so right here because she still has that empowerment thing. She still wants that. She still wants to run for office, like most women do, right? She wants to be respected for the things that make a man respectable. And if you don't, then there's something wrong with you. So she falls back on the feminine, on female. Oh, really? Married in 2018, had a child in 2020. Damn. Yep. Better late than never. Thank you. I see that. Thanks, Sammy, for the data on all of this. But she's a product of a sexual marketplace that no longer exists. Now, she might have gotten married in 28, but her mentality, let's just say, at 43, still is very, compartmentalized. All right. Oh, boy, what else we got here? Let me keep going. Swing down. She looks like she's 45. I don't know. Does she? I think once you get past a certain age, like Tori, how old does Torsha look to you? I know how old she is. Like, what's her optical age? Soralita says, why is she insulting us? Younger women, yes. Well, because she's in competition and she knows she's outclassed. That's why. Hey, Rolo, long-term relationship, 2 years, cheated on me with my co-founder while I was having brain surgery. She's a borderline personality disorder. He is short. I know rejection is over than regret. Is better than regret. I don't know what to do with this, with company. I can't kick him out, but I love the idea. No profits. It's new. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for bringing that up for us. In fact, here. Vaya con Dios, man. Our former Fox News host is that trad femme pundit you retweeted about the other day. Yep. I keep going. All right, that's good. Let's keep going. I got to finish this one out, man.
That answer, so they can say, oh, women are all about this. And guys, you need to, know your value. And come on. So how do you feel about what she said right there?
How do I feel about them or what she said?
How do you feel about what she said right there?
How do you feel about the 28-second clip I just played, Adam? Please respond.
She's basically saying, I'm the prize.
Yeah.
I'm the prize, and you got to take care of me. You got to take care of me. I can't toss my hair today.
You got to understand what they're doing. Like you're saying that they're there to diminish women
they're there to paint a character of women so that they can make their talking point about men.
I think what they're doing.
Okay. You know what he's going to say right now. And he actually does a good job sort of defending this whole thing. But the long and the short of this whole thing is she doesn't know. She's speaking from a position of ignorance. Not stupidity, lethargy, intellectual lethargy. She doesn't care to know who these guys are. She admits it in the very beginning here, but we're supposed to take her opinion of this, because that's what it is. It's not facts. It's not factual. It's opinion based on a 28-second, 30-second, 45-second video clip. That's what I was talking about at the very beginning of this show. We're supposed to take this as expert witness advice, opinion, perspective, bullshit, absolute 100% bullshit, right? Anybody who knows, and I know better than anybody else, okay? I know this. I know this because I've been working with Myron Fresh for a long time. I've been on there, I'm saying working with. I don't make any money off it. I just hang out with them. I like them, right? I've been part of that show. I've been sort of like helping them out and then being on the show, and they help me out, right? It's a symbiotic relationship. I know what's going on, and I know that she doesn't know what's going on. So to say like, oh, well, they're trying to make all these girls look bad. The girls keep showing up. All right. She's also going to make the case that, that this is the kind of girl that they go hunting for so they can turn them into a caricature. No, they're not. What about Amanda? What about Giga Karen? Right. What about Nina? Right. What about the other chicks that are on there? Oh, they just kick them off. No, they don't. They all, I challenge you to find a clip where Frank Castle's a chick, and it was because he would, I don't want to hear what you have to say. That's not, he has never done that. And you know what will happen? Here's what will happen if we've seen this happen in the past. Here's what happens when a woman like Jededia goes on Fresh and Fit. They rage quit, just like what's her face? Jackie O and Kyle. That's what happens. Because when they don't have an easy answer and they don't have a counter argument, they rage quit. The real problem is if she was on that show, she would probably castle herself. I've seen it happen before. but they're not trying. The attempt is not to run women up the flagpole, make womankind look bad. Although that's where women go, especially at 43 years old, because they want to think that, well, these guys are just trying to make us womankind. The sisterhood has to look bad. That's when men hold women accountable, they tend to look bad. It's very easy. When men hold women accountable, it's like, how dare you? I can't believe you would actually do something. Is that what you believe, right?
How dare you?
How dare you hold me accountable and make me look bad? And here's the thing. It's not just women. It's not just Jededia. It's guys like who are on like flagrant 2, like what's his face? Andrew Schultz and what the hell? Aziz, whatever his name is, right? That's the mentality. Oh, you're just trying to make women look bad and coerce them into having sex with you. Like, that's offensive to them, right? And mainly because they're well-trained beta males. They're offended by that. They're offended by the fact that a guy might actually hold a woman accountable, because in doing so, it like lowers the chances of a beta male being able to sort of schmooze his way in, or love his way in, or rapport his way in, or virtue his way into a woman's heart, right? That's why. So they get pissed at it. It's the same motivation. It's just coming from it's just coming from guys instead of women, right? So the reason why she's offended by a 28-second clip of a woman who they think they're like, here, like Myron and Fresh do a show like, now every other day for the after hours show. You could watch more than 28 seconds and get a feel for what they're actually talking about, but that's not what they're doing.
They're there to wake men up. Now you might be like, what do you mean? So, because I've sat down on that table, they've been on our chair. They don't wake up every day and say, I'm telling you, they don't like, we got to fuck these hoes, bro. We got to fuck them up. We got to expose them. We got to make them look stupid. No, they actually wake up and they say, guys, like they're like the deck is stacked against you.
Is it?
And well, and relationship wise, yeah. I mean,
why?
We can get in.
She would not be asking that question if she did not believe in patriarchy. Oh, is it really stacked against you? Yes, you live in a gynocentric social order, and I can show you every single day, I can give you a dozen different stories and videos and everything that prove we do. But the fact that she responds with that says she's a feminist right there.
Why is it stacked against these guys? Go for women like that. If you're dating a woman like that, you're getting what you deserve.
When a guy gets in a relationship,
a woman like that, no true Scotsman, qualifying, this is what they're all about. They're only looking for bimbos.
Relationship.
Yeah.
Who's taking half the shit when they leave? The guy's not
then
taking half the shit.
Hey, there's half your shit, 70%, 60, 80% guy. There you go. We've just talked about it. Congratulations, you win. There's your super chat.
The woman's taking half the shit.
You're dating that girl as opposed to dating someone who's maybe
whatever
saying,
idiot
hey,
wipes that up and doesn't sign a prenup. That's on
saying.
them.
But that's on
But
men.
the point is, Fresh and Fit wake up and they try to basically encourage male excellence. They say men do better. They said. There's a famous quote in the manosphere, the red pill community, Rolo.
The manosphere.
Yeah, there's a whole thing out there. I mean, we get these guys on here. They know. They say, make money, make muscles, have game, and hold frame. What does that mean?
It's like she's laughing at it like it's the first time she's ever heard that word. You should know something about Fresh and Fit from a 28. We're supposed to take your opinion as expert advice based on a 28-second clip of your first time seeing it, and you've never heard the term manosphere before.
Like, rather than pursuing women, pursue excellence. Chase
That's what women
excellence.
should be doing, by the way, on both sides.
I don't know.
Oh, there it is. Hold on, gentlemen. We need to play logical fallacy bingo here. Which one was that? Oh, well, that's what men should be doing. Hold on. Wait a minute. Here it is. Tu quo. Avoid, engage, and turn it back on the accuser. Yeah, it's good for the goose. It's good for the gander.
About all that. We can
That's
talk
what
about
women
that.
should be doing. You don't
I don't know.
pursue.
That's what guys should be doing. That's what girls should be doing because we're all the same. No, we're not all the same. And you'll acknowledge that out of one side of your mouth. And the other side, you'll say everybody's a special snowflake.
I don't know if women should be having the same goals as men.
Well,
So-
pursue excellence is pretty general. Everyone
agree.
should pursue success.
Yeah, she's right about that. It's too general. It's stupidly general.
Success and excellence and feeling good about themselves.
Men and women, excellence is different.
But do you see what he's talking about? We can get to that in a second.
He didn't say anything. What she said,
who
he goes,
who
he
did
said,
he book on the show? If I want it, that's like you.
It's funny. Myron didn't say anything. He just kind of pushed the conversation along. He didn't come at her. She only the chick that's on that clip. That's all there is. It's just her. There's a shot of Fresh in his off-whites, but that's all there is. And so now we're supposed to presume that that's what the whole show is about.
Was saying
Jen,
to me,
you're picking one girl out of literally
I've seen a lot of
10,000 that they've picked.
I've seen a lot. How many women do they have like me on the show? I'm curious.
I've seen a lot of clips, but yet you said just a little while ago that you don't know anything about them. So what is it? Have you seen a lot of clips, or have you don't know anything about them? You're speaking knowledgeably, right? You're confidently ignorant.
They've had women like Michaela Peterson on. They've had intelligent women.
Okay, that's a good example.
They've had Brody. She's been on the show. She's been on my show. They've had.
But the question is, how does that work out for those women?
Who cares?
How do you mean?
Who cares? Who cares? That's not the fucking point. Who cares? Well, how does it work out for women? That's not the point of the show. Well, are they better off for having done it? What about the state of the women when they come off of that thing? That's not the point. How did he leave them better than he found them? Who fucking cares? That is absolutely outside the reason for the show. Well, you know why guys like that, and I know that I've met this dude before. I don't want to run him up the flagpole. He's a good dude, but that's the default understanding. Well, what about the feelings and the mental state of the women? Fuck your feelings, right? That's Gad Saad, Myron with Jackie O. That really set that whole conversation off. But that's the thing. We're not there for the feelings. We're there for the facts. That's what drives the show. That's what drives this show. That's what drives my books. Okay. Empiricism, not emotionalism. Got it? And people are going to go, well, Rollo, you're raising your voice. That means that you must be emotional. No, I'm emphasizing a point that is empirical. It's a fact delivered with enthusiasm. How's that? Because if you don't, people don't pick up on that. I was going to say, when I'm talking about issues, especially intersectional dynamics, you can talk about social issues, you can talk about financial issues, whatever. You're always going to have people who are going to run back to emotional arguments. And it's easy to do in my wheelhouse. It's a little bit more difficult to do in we're talking about organizing society, right? When it comes to money, when it comes to society, when it comes to whatever, then people get in their fields and it's we're having a different conversation at that point. But the default is to default back to feels before reals. That's not the point of the show. It is not to edify women. And if you think that should be the case of every fucking show that has a panel of women on it, you are the problem. And I don't mean that maliciously. I don't think that you're there's something you're actually trying to be the problem. I'm just saying that's a problem because guys women, of course, but men are conditioned to worry about the mental, emotional state of that woman when they're trying to have a rational, empirical argument about facts, not feelings. Is the show the whole thing? You could avoid this whole thing by saying, is the show about facts or is it about feelings? Is it about data or is it about how I felt afterwards? I pointed this out with the Michaela Peterson interview that I did with her, right? I didn't feel really good after that interview with Rollo. Good. I'm glad you didn't. Because that wasn't the point. We weren't having okay, at the end of this conversation, we're going to see how we feel. I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't take that interview, that debate. I don't care how you feel at the end. If you feel good, great. That's icing on the cake. Were you educated? Were you informed? Did you get something out of this? Or were you just doing it to get a rise and you're just grifting your freaking audience? I'm concerned about whether or not that conversation is about feels or it's about facts. Because facts is one conversation. It's one language. Empiricism, data, reason, rationality. That is one conversation. Feels, beliefs, Feels before reals, emotionalism. That is another, that's another conversation. That's another language. That's why we talk past one another. You're never going to win an emotional argument with rationality and reason. That's why gamma males are so fucking annoying to women, because the conversation they want to have is emotional. Whereas the gamma male's like, well, let me look at my data set in my Excel spreadsheet. And women want that. Like, that's what I sound like when I'm on Fresh and Fit. I know that. I go on there and I realize that the minute I get on there. Hotep Jesus goes on there. He's like vibing with the girls. Right? He's like, they love him. But I seem like Mr. Wizard when I'm on there. And very few women appreciate that. The sober ones can appreciate that, but not the drunk ones. Right? So you're speaking a different language. And his language clearly is, well, what about the girls' feelings?
Both from Fresh and Fit and from their audience.
Who cares?
Like, how do those women get treated by Fresh and Fit?
I've been there. They don't disrespect.
Okay, he doesn't know. Like Adam's going to defend this here because he has actually knowledgeable experience with this. But the fact that that's like a priority. Well, how do they feel? What are these girls like? How are they treated afterwards? Who fucking cares? If you don't know what they're about when you go on there, you better come correct. Oh, well, they get some drunk and no, that they can drink if they want to. It's not forced upon them. You can drink Devil Mountain coffee there now. It's choices, but still, it's like that's not the operative. The operative in that show is not about making sure that every girl leaves there with a big happy fucking smile on her face. That's not the point. And if you think that's the point, you're the problem.
I don't see it as disrespect.
No, because when you put a mic in front of somebody, whether it's this girl or how many other girls were looking on in disgust about what she was saying, by the way. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you want to play that clip back without audio.
Yeah, it is fantastic.
As we're looking at it, the other girls were looking at her like, you dumb bitch. They were they not?
Well, yeah, because they're basically disrespecting women. They're making it hard for women like me because the women were looking at her in disgust. But do you understand?
All they said was, "What are you bringing to the table?" And
you guys catch that real quick? Oh, they're there disrespecting women, and that's not the point. The point isn't to be there to respect women. That's the problem. There's just always got to be this default respect. I've done several shows on this about the difference in interpretations and the definitions of respect between men and women. She's a woman, so you should respect her. Fuck you. You want to be a man? You want to be in a man's world? You want to build your equity and build your value according to a male dynamic? Then you better do so according to male respectability. Okay. What did you do that's respectable? Just because you're a chick, just because you have boobs and vagina, bobs and vagine, just because you got bobs and vagine, doesn't mean I have to respect you. No. There's different. I've done full episodes on this. I won't belabor it again, but there are sexualized gender differences between respect and between men and women. She's more masculine than men. Prepared to. Yep, there you go. I hope so.
She said me.
Do you understand that they want to talk about male excellence. In order to make their talking point, they're choosing to book someone who's trying to take advantage of men, who's trying to manipulate men.
To expose.
Okay. They're not choosing those women. Those are women who are available at that time. You'll notice that. I mean, there's a few regulars. There's girls who come back now and then. But for the most part, the women that are on there, speaking of women who've been on this show, okay, but when are you going to start talking about rational dating and call-in show? Yeah, that's not going to happen. Allie, I really wish it could. I wish that here. You know what, Allie, you get here. There you go, Allie. You get for $49. You're so nice. Okay, but when are you starting the rational dating call-in show? We need you, Rollo. Okay, because that show will die after the first episode. No one wants to talk about dating in a rational sense. They want Shakespeare. They want love. They want romance. You know what would be a better show than that? The Bachelor, The Bachelorette. I mean, you could make a dating show that's like sort of like about emotion, but it's actually really about like rationality and empiricism. Yeah, I could do that, but it would last probably 6 weeks. And people go, I don't know about this guy. He's booking these bimbos, right? They're not booking bimbos, first of all. Thank you very much for that. I'll put you back up there again. Thank you, Ali. I would love to, but the thing is like, here's the thing that appeals to me. Like, when are you going to do the rational dating show, bro? Never, because that would die. I would die on the first episode or die on the vine. Yeah, because especially, I mean, guys, this is the rational dating show. What the fuck are you talking about? This is where we're at. I got 1868 of you right now. Welcome to the rational dating show with Roll Tomasi. You're here. You're already here. See how great, see how successful it is. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm almost at 100,000 on the clips, but you're already here. I'm already doing it, actually. And this is how successful it's been, right? Hey, ladies, come here and I'll set you up with a rational dude.
What men need to look out for.
But that's not the norm of women out there.
Well, and that's a norm in Miami.
I don't know where you hang out, Adam, but that is not the norm.
That is not the norm in Miami. Neither is it not the collective whole. Okay. So you have to remember that the women that they have on the show are from everywhere. They've had women, like I've been on the show where it was spring break, I think. It was back in March or April. I've been on the show with women who are from Ohio. Torsha, you've been on the show. Where are you from, Tori? Tell the folks where you're from. Chicago. Allie, where are you from? I know you're in the Midwest now, Kentucky, somewhere, Paducah. Where are you from? It doesn't sound like you're from Brickell. Doesn't sound like you're from some ratchet hoe from Komodo. Now, granted, there is definitely that ratchet aspect to it. Sure. But do they go hunting for that? No. That's just what shows up on their doorstep. And it is much more representative of a larger whole than a 43-year-old woman talking about how things should be. They're not trying to set women up. They're not trying to piss them off. They're not trying to make them feel bad at the end of the interview. That's not what they're trying to do. They are exposing facts. They are having a logical, rational conversation in a emotional world, in a feminine primary world.
Most women are not.
That's the norm in LA. That's the norm in.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And it's not the norm in New York either.
What percent?
How do you know? Please tell me how you know. You don't know what these guys are about, and you don't know what the dating scene is like in LA and New York and Butte, Montana, for that matter, or Chicago or Ohio either.
Who are you hanging out with? That's the norm among women.
In New York is a little bit different because New York, you got to fucking, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
Thank you.
So New York, I just came back from New York. I don't know if we'll touch on that. Yeah. But New York, the women have to work because you can't just parade in a bikini all day. Why? Because it's cold as shit. Okay? You can't just be... Like, you can't do the naked cowboy thing in New York. In Miami, you could do that. You could wear skimpy clothes.
People do skimp in New York. In the winter, there's girls in mini skirts in lounges dancing on.
And why are they doing that?
But do you understand?
Because they want to stay warm or because they want to look sexually attractive to men? There's something called the sexual marketplace. And we're all competing in it. Okay?
I'm not.
Well, you were.
I'm not competing. Yeah, you are.
I wasn't.
So you got wifed up.
I
what
actually
are you talking
wasn't, though.
about?
But I wasn't. I was just being me. That's what you're hanging out with.
I love that eye roll. That was the best part of that whole thing. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I tell you what's funny is I've been doing this for 20 years. Myron's been doing, technically, I guess he's been red pill for 3 or 4. Even guys who are just sort of like have half the time in, like have been doing this for 10 years, right? There comes a point, I think, when you're first become aware of the red pill and you become aware of intersexual dynamics and you understand the facts and you understand the relationships and you understand like women's nature and men's nature. And then you run into this, then you're hitting, like, he's already hit the point of diminishing returns, right? That's why you get that eye roll. And God bless you, like Adam, for putting up with this. But he's at the point right now where this is actually the spiciest he's been. But he's at the point right now where he's red pill enough to recognize the argument, to recognize the counter to what he's going to say, and yet he's still he's still new enough and green enough to be like, oh my god, well he can't. The disbelief, right? When I encounter this, I'm just like, this is what you get. That's what you get from me.
Jed, of course you're
hanging out with the wrong chicks.
Every girl's competing.
I wasn't.
Do you wear high heels?
Rarely.
Do you wear makeup?
Sometimes.
Do you
when
do
I got
your hair?
now.
Do you do your hair?
This. Do you see what I
do you
look
work
like
out?
right now?
Yeah. The point is you want to look good.
I have never, ever wanted to look good for a man, Doc.
There it is. That's how you know she's a feminist. She'll probably like swear to the dying day, swear to the grave that she's not a feminist. That is feminist ideology. When people say, Rollo, what do you mean when you say that if we were born after 1965 that everybody's a feminist? There it is. There it is. There it is right there. That's it. I would never do anything for a man. I would never. So, Jededia, are you a feminist? No, I would never want to do that. I'm not leaning on them. I shave my armpits. No. She probably would like hostilely, vehemently disagree with, wokesy ideology. She probably is and I think I've seen her do videos on this before, but she probably would agree. She's probably very pro-life. Okay. But she is still very feminist. The ideology is there. That attitude, that belief set, I would never do that is the prime directive of feminism since Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem. Never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. I've written those words, that verbatim. I've put that in my books before. That is the feminist manifesto, the feminist prime directive. Never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. And if you are accused of doing it, take the highest level of offense that you can to something like that. And it relies, by the way, that mythology, that Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem bullshit, it is dependent on the crisis of motive, which is what I was talking about earlier in the show today. It is, I do it for myself. Okay, so if I'm not doing anything for the express pleasure of a man, then why am I doing it? What am I doing it? And the only answer feminists have is I do it for myself. I wear lingerie around the house to vacuum, but for myself. No, you don't. Bullshit. Oh, I'm thin and sexy and look like, why is she not? She certainly is not in the average woman category. She's not overweight. Okay. She's 43. Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, she, and she's in some ways she hits the averages, but she clearly makes her physique. If you follow her on Instagram, you can see she runs a lot. Like she's very physically active. She clearly makes that a priority for herself, right? Is it for her? Is it for her husband? If I was her husband, I would be pissed off. I would be pissed off at that. You don't do shit for me. You don't appreciate what I do for you. You don't appreciate the money that I bring to this. You don't appreciate my contribution, even if it's 50-50, right? Which is probably not. But even if it is, you don't appreciate what I do to the point where you're like going to do something for my express pleasure. I've never done it for a man. No, you have. That's why you have a man.
Who do you want to look?
I also need to point this out. There's nothing wrong with that. You can send out fucking Christmas cards, okay? You can make Thanksgiving dinner. You can do something that is appreciated. And it's not just doing it for you. It's doing it for other people. It's doing it for your husband. It's doing it for your kids. It's doing it for other people. And there is nothing wrong with that. You are not a weak, dependent woman for having done that. If anything, you are stronger and you are more appreciated as a result of that because it shows interest in other people instead of your own selfish ass self. That's why. So God forbid, like when Allie, you're probably still in the chat right now. God forbid you go and say, oh, I submit to my man. There's the fear that man might end up fucking his secretary. Yes. But then there's also the fact that you are fighting against at least 60 some odd years of militant Gloria Steinem era feminism that has convinced 4 generations of women that they should never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. And if they do, they're failures as feminists.
Look good
for myself, because when
Stop it. Okay, let me ask you a question. When you go to bed, you keep your makeup on or off?
The only reason I have makeup on right now is because I'm sitting in front
of the light. Okay, because you want to look good.
For me. For me, I don't need to look good for me when I'm in the bed.
Do you want to look good on the camera?
Listen, first of all, you know I'm married, right? So I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Okay, but in order...
Man, right there, exit. Get the divorce papers, Jeremy. Right there, that's grounds for divorce. That is grounds for divorce. Divorce her. Seriously, there you go. That's my suggestion. Here's my radical suggestion, Jeremy. Divorce her. After that, you're in for a world of hurt, my friend. And she's older than you. You're in a world of hurt. You know what's funny is like, what is he was born in 82, so that makes him what, 40 right now? I believe that, yeah, that makes him 40 right now. Maybe you're just a touch past your prime. I don't know what the guy does. Clearly he's worth $2 million, right? Dude, from one dude to another, any chick that's telling you that right there, that's unsolicited. That, by the way, that wasn't like, oh, what should I say? That is default. That just comes spilling out of her mouth right then and there. I don't know. I've never, trust me, after coming up on 26 years of marriage, that is those words have never come out of my wife's mouth.
To get your husband, you wanted to look good.
No, I didn't play that game. What do you mean?
It's
hard for you to believe that what we saw, that woman right there is not in the majority, but it's not. And
I don't think she's the majority.
Most women out there.
Okay, so she's reframing here.
They look at that and they're like, that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
What percentage of women do you think have her philosophy?
Very small.
What percentage?
I don't know. Across the country?
Yeah, the United States.
Less than 5.
Oh, Jed.
I don't know any women like that. I don't know any women. You realize that's glorified prostitution. She's saying, what is she saying? She's saying, I'm going to.
OnlyFans is also glorified prostitution, right? Marriage today is glorified prostitution. You can make a case. I've had these discussions with Aaron Clary. I probably will have them this week too. But you can make a case that you always pay for sex. Like men, like I've pointed out in the past that there's a difference between an attitude or a mentality of transactional sex versus validational sex. Okay. Transactional sex is what most guys get. The 80%ers, those guys, even like up into the 90%, they view sex as an exchange or as, reciprocal, right? I do this, you give me sex. I do that, you give me sex. I pay this, you give me sex. Money comes out of the machine, you give me sex. It's transactional. It's reciprocal. I do something for you, you fuck me. That's pretty much the mentality of most guys, particularly in this era. That is the main mentality. Even guys as rich as Jeff Bezos and freaking Elon Musk, it's all an exchange. It's all reciprocal. I do this, you give me money, or you give me sex. That's pretty much what it comes down to. You could make the case that anything, marriage, girlfriend, whatever, is prostitution, just to vary by order of degree. OnlyFans, is that prostitution or is it not prostitution? You're not fucking the girl. You're paying to watch her fuck someone else. But is that prostitution? Or is it sex work? Maybe we even call it whatever. Try to make it sound nice, sugarcoat it, but it's not. Okay. So there's a difference, there's a qualifiable difference between the kind of sex that a woman wants to have and the kind of sex that a woman is obligated to have, or she feels like she's obligated to have. Okay. Oh, he did this. He took me on a date. That's why women get really upset with guys, particularly gamma male guys, who think that it's all about a transaction. It's all about reciprocation. And so therefore, when they pay for the meal at Red Lobster, that they're supposed to get laid after that. And if they don't, well, then it's like, I'll comply or goodbye. I just won't talk to you again. I hate it when guys make a big deal out of it. I understand why women get all pissed off when a guy takes a girl on a date and he becomes a foodie call. And he just took her out and she was like, I got a good steak dinner of him. Fuck him. Ha ha ha. But she pretends like she's really into him or whatever. She wants to get another foodie call. Right. Well, when guys see that, first of all, if you're too stupid to figure that out by the first date and you don't move on, then that's on you. Okay. Don't complain about it. Don't bitch about it. Don't try to make a public spectacle of her or anything. That's very gamma. Okay. However, I understand. I understand the impetus and I understand the reason for it. However, don't do it because you don't need to. Vote with your feet. simply don't call her back. If the service is bad at a restaurant, if you don't get what you pay for, if you don't get you don't get the service, you don't get the good meal. If you go to a restaurant, most people, when they go to a restaurant and the service sucks, or the food sucks, or the environment sucks, or something, they have a bad experience. Like 98% of people won't call the manager. They won't make a big fucking deal out of it. They just don't come back. They just simply do. They don't say, here's what you did wrong. Here's some constructive criticism about your restaurant. They just don't come back. Like, what's the point? Who cares? If they can't figure that out on their own, then God save them. But it's the same thing with women. Like if it's not reciprocal, if there's not something that's going on, if she's not really into you, if the medium is not the message, if she's not showing that she has genuine burning desire for you, don't come back. Simple as that. Don't go back to that restaurant. So I understand where she's like, it's transactional. That's just glorified prostitution. Everything could be constituted as glorified prostitution. The difference is she authentically, genuinely like wanting to bang your brains out? Allie, Real Femme Sapient, Torsia, all you girls, all you chicks, come in, gather around here, children, gather around here.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Yes. Okay. Gather around the campfire here. I'm going to tell you a secret about men. Okay. Show them appreciation by getting them off, right? Make sure your restaurant is a place that they want to come back to. It's not hard. Okay. You should make him hard, but it's not hard. This isn't rocket science. But because women are never supposed to do anything for the express pleasure of a man and only do it for themselves, that's where you have problems.
Dress up. I'm going to look nice. You're going to pay for my shit. Let's say it's more than 5%.
Okay.
Let's say it's 10%.
I would say it's about 20%. And depending on the city.
20%?
It's like in New York. So you're familiar with the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle, right?
Yeah.
So in New York, where rent's more expensive, you got to work your ass off. Things are tougher. You got to be a worker. I mean, you really have to buckle down.
Like a hustle.
I would say it's closer to 80% workers, 20% women who rely on their looks. Mm-hmm. There's other cities like in Miami, I don't know if it's as much as 80-20, but I know it's more than 50-50, where a large percentage, a large swath of women rely on their looks.
Adam, all women rely on their looks. All women rely on their looks. Stop right there. If you just stop right there, everything would be great. Okay. Yeah. You want to go, Tori? I'm going to take you to Red Lobster next time we're in Miami. Is there even a Red Lobster there? But all women rely on their looks by order of degree, but all women rely on their looks. You know how I know? Because women as old as 82 are still putting on makeup. Even if they're not, they still believe they are. The only real agency women have in this life is their sexuality. Okay. They can make other agents. I think you could become more powerful. Ladies can be more powerful without that, apart from that. But the most reliable, the default, the hardware, the operating system you're born with, ladies, is your sexuality, which is why the first thing women do is take their clothes off when they want to be heard. When they're protesting, as I've said before, they always get naked. Okay. Adam, this is why you got a B-. All women rely on their looks. End of story. Full stop. If you stopped right there, you'd have been great. But then don't try to qualify it. Okay. The only actionable, real agency women have in this life is their sexuality. Does that mean that they're worthless? No, there's a difference between sexual market value and your personal worth. Okay. You can have other agency by, doing something else, but the one you're born with, your natural proclivities, the one you default to when you want to go on a protest in Portland, Oregon, gallivant naked, get sexual, play with your boobs, and guys will take you seriously. Guys will start looking at you. All right. Right. Not the hoop. Yeah. Put on hoop earrings. There you go. All right. There you go. Exactly. That's what brings the boys to the yard, man. That milkshake. It brings the boys to the yard. Why do you think Tori is wearing a red dress and is in red here? Hell, why is where is it? Hold on. Why is the background here? Because they're ovulating. Clearly they're ovulating. Okay. Women rely on their looks. And again, there's nothing wrong with this at absolutely, it's not shallow. It's a feature, not a bug. The only thing that's wrong with this is when guys think, oh, well, I guess I better do something different. I guess I better care about her feelings. I better respect her for being a woman. No, you shouldn't. She is not, if she does not, what is it that makes a man respectable? Like respectability. What is it that makes a man respectable? If a woman insists on making herself the man that she wants to marry, what is it about her that I should respect? Should it be should it be her personal worth? Or should it be the fact that she is a biological woman? Because when women talk about respect, I don't care if it's Sheryl Sandberg, alpha female, or if it's one of these ratchet hoes on Fresh and Fit. When they're talking about respect, they're talking about two different things. There's merited respect, and then there's, it's default, just common courtesy. I'm a woman, and so you should respect me. No, I shouldn't, because you're making yourself a man, and so therefore, I will respect you based on the criteria and the metrics of respectability in men. What have you done that's respectable? I made this, I did that. Okay, well, then maybe that earns you some respectability. But don't fall back on, I'm a woman and you don't respect women. Fuck you. You're not a woman, you're a man. You made yourself into a man, and so therefore I have to judge you like a guy. I'm not going to fuck you. I don't care about you. I don't want to fuck guys because I'm heterosexual, right? So what am I supposed to find about you that is in any way female? See, that's the problem. Women want that 20th century female respect for having a cooter, okay? But yet they want this new 21st century respect for doing the things and being respectable as men. You don't get it both ways.
That's looking good to have a man, whether that's OnlyFans, whether that's stripping, whether that's modeling, whether that's bikinis, whether that's just like dressing up to go find a boyfriend. That is very prevalent here in South Florida, for sure. And just like it is in a lot of major cities, LA, for sure. So that's, they're in Miami. Now, if they were doing that show in Boise, Idaho, I'd be like, what the hell's going on in the water in Idaho? But this is the reality for a lot of women out there. And they're basically just saying, men, understand how these women think and just be prepared.
How those women think.
I wouldn't say all women.
Those women think.
Correct.
And that's who's showcased repeatedly. Every time I open a podcast, we have more examples here, and I see hosts like Fresh and Fit Style. I see these talking points from guys that sound like that, like what we described. And I see these bimbo-ish women all the time. They are purposely picking these bimbo-ish, I want to take advantage of a man and it's fine because I'm cute. Like these are.
Okay. Jededia, I am one of those podcasts. I've been one of those podcasts since 2018. I have been writing in. I'm the dude. You want to know where all that stuff Myron comes up with? That's out of my book. He says so every damn show, right? Kevin Samuels. Well, a good portion of that out of my book. Everybody else has the debt they owe to Rolo, okay? In some way, shape, or form, okay? I'm not here to collect on that. I don't care about that. But I'm one of those shows, and I'm having you on this show. Here you are. We're riffing on your takes. So clearly, it's not just about making women look bad. It's not just making those kinds of women look bad. Making caricatures of those women. We're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. It's not what I've been doing. I don't think that's what clearly I know them well enough to know that that's not what Fresh and Fit and everybody else is doing. No, what they're doing is they are bringing up inconvenient truths, unflattering truths about female nature in an effort to help guys out, yes, but also, I should say, to inspire and incentivize women. I think that, like I was just asked a minute ago, what Allie was talking about, what are you going to do the dating show? When's the rational dating show, call-in show? This is it. This is it, ladies. Call in or hit me up. I'll give you the link. You want to come in? Who do you want to date? I should do that. We should do virtual dates with Rolo. Just like Shion. That would be funny. But Jededia, I'm one of those shows. In fact, my show's older and longer and more storied than Fresh and Fit. I don't have the same audience, but I've been around longer than they have. Shit, when I was with Pat Campbell from back 2018. I've been around for a long time. Here you are. And here you are. Ta-da. Are you one of those girls? I don't think so. I don't think so whatsoever.
Let me ask you a question then. If there weren't this many women, why do they always have 10 bimbos on every night?
Oh,
it seems like there's a lot of them running around
out there. And I don't know.
And they're not like recurring characters,
some
like
of these
recasting.
Women, I don't know these
They're
women.
out there.
Some of these women.
There's more women like that than there are women like you, especially in Miami.
No.
I'm telling you.
Well, I don't know. Listen.
I think Adam's right on that.
In Miami?
In Miami, in LA, maybe not New York. In these big cities, they've all been.
New York isn't like that at all. I can tell you straight up.
All right, you redeemed yourself, dude.
New York women will kick some ass.
But they've all been hit by the influencer.
And they've all
they all want to be Kim Kardashian. They all want to be trophy wives.
Do you see that we live in a world now? Okay, first of all, like, I don't know. Listen, you may have your finger on the pulse of Miami. I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
Or Los Angeles. Although I think Los Angeles
Or
has
I would
a lot
also
of,
say, I go out to bars, lounges, nightclubs, not as much.
Owns a club
I'm out.
I used to work in bars, so I get it. I used to work in bars. I used to work in lounges. I was a cocktail waitress.
Corey used to work in bars too.
But we're living in the United States. We got a whole country here.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is people are watching podcasts all over the country. You got women watching this being like, who are these women?
Mm-hmm.
Who are these women? Put some women on
I do
there.
know a lot of good girls in the Midwest.
There you go.
But they're not all. That's more 80-20 rule.
But you had a hard time. What bothers me is you had a hard time believing, because we're used to seeing these women.
By the way, I would never deal with a girl like that. Like, if I would tell, if I'm fresh and fit, I 100% agree with them. Expose this girl for who she is and advise men, stay away from this.
From women like that.
But there's going to be a guy out there who's like, she's hot and I've got money and I'll deal with it.
That's an idiot.
And that's on that idiot.
That's
exactly.
An idiot. If you like the short clip.
All right, that's enough of that. Pull this out of here. I'm done. Oh boy. All right, we're done. I had to finish that off just so you guys can get a flavor of what's going on here. What did you say? Find you a wife in Nebraska. Actually, it's funny. It's my grandmother's from Nebraska. Yeah, it's fine. It's interesting to me. I grew up in Southern California during the late 70s, well, mostly 80s. I was an 80s kid, only late 70s, 78, 79. But my family on my grandfather and my grandma on my dad's side is from Nebraska and from like Midwest kind of states. And how they all ended up in Pasadena, California, I don't know. But anyways. So I want to throw those things out there. I mean, so the problem is like I get to the end of this stuff and I start like these were two videos that and do me the solid, Jededia, if you actually watch this, watch the whole thing. Don't watch 30 seconds of it. I did you the solid of watching both of those videos. Actually, I watched the full video, but like those are the clips from the video. And I have a better understanding of like what the points expressed were. Okay. So at the end of the day, like do me the solid. If you're going to come at me or whatever, I don't care. I honestly see the problem is like when I talk about, intersexual dynamics, when I talk about unflattering aspects of female nature, when I dive into that, one of the first things that people will push that up here. Hang on. One of the things that people, mostly women. Well, I usually like I had Robert Kiyosaki ask me one time, or several times, I should say. Wow, Rollo, why is it on all of the interviews that never got published by Rich Dad Radio? He asks me this question, Rollo, why is it that women hate you so much? I'm like, they don't. It's mostly guys that hate me. Like it's me pointing out like unflattering truths or whatever. It's like, guys' nature is it's harder. I think I have a huge male audience. I have much besides what's her name here, Adelina. Thank you. Are you actually a PhD? Besides the handful of women that are in my chat right now, my primary demographic is guys between the ages of 18 and about 45. And usually it's more the older, like 25 to 45 is my prime demographic. Okay. Oh, you are good. So when I get hate thrown at me, it's usually from guys. It's guys think I don't know what I'm talking about, or it's some, autistic spur going, oh, Roland, let's talk about the 9 I rolled with Tomasi. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, Frollo. Right. That I expect, right? But when I do get hate from women, it's usually, well, what you say is true, but if you would just, alter your tone, if you would just deliver it with a spoonful of honey, if you're right, but you don't have to be gleeful about it. You're right, but it, and it hurts, but can you, I don't know, nerf the facts for us so it feels better, so we leave with a better feeling? No, I can't. And the reason I can't is because it's not the delivery, it's the information itself. That's why. Okay? It's the information. It's the data. It's the empirical side. That you want to know why women lose their shit on Fresh and Fit is because they get to a point where they get to the point of diminishing returns. Okay? They get to the point, where is it? Let me see if I can find it for you. I think I have it. Do I have diminishing returns still? I guess I don't. I think I took it out. They get to the point where the diminishing returns are negligible, and then you get into the negative returns, right? And usually when women get to that point, it's as a result of not having counter arguments or not knowing what the fuck they're talking about, even though they feel, that they should know what they're talking about. Oh, those Fresh and Fit guys, they're just like this. Like when I watch like Ethan Klein on H3 and all that shit, and they start coming at Myron and Fresh, or they come at me, they have no earthly clue who I am. Don't pretend that Ethan knows who the fuck I am. All right. Oh, we did our background on it. No, you didn't. You have no idea who I am. The very fact that Myron even brought it up as potentially having me on the show with him if we ever did a quote unquote debate, which it wouldn't be a debate. But that whole debacle of a shitstorm, like he just goes at them like shit just spews out of him all the time. Uninformed, ignorant shit all the time. And I mean ignorant. And he's not stupid. He's ignorant, like willfully, deliberately ignorant, because that ignorance puts more eyes on the screen. He is ignorant for 43,000 people every time he does a live stream. And they will speak from a point of ignorance as if they know what the fuck they're talking about. But I can't deliver you facts and empiricism and everything else without making it sound like something that is attacking women. That's why she's upset. That's why the whole thing went down the way that it did with her. No one can, and Kira, the funny thing is Adam is just now coming into this realization. He tries to, he explains, here's what they're really doing. You're wrong in this, essentially saying you're wrong. You don't know what he should have said is, well, you don't know. You're uninformed. You're speaking from a position of ignorance. Why don't you go and educate yourself first, and then we'll come back and have a discussion. Then we'll have a much more productive discussion after that too. But that's not going to happen because that doesn't put eyeballs on the screen. It doesn't get impressions. It doesn't get click through. It doesn't make money. It doesn't generate super chats. Okay. So ignorance sells. That's the lesson for today, children, is ignorance sells. All right.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Ignorance sells. And if you can pretend like you know what the fuck you're talking about and pop off with it all regularly, and like you can field all questions, and you sound like an expert. People look to you for wisdom because you've had wisdom in the past. At least have the guts and the freaking cojones to say, I don't know, but I'll find out for you. I don't know that. I've never seen there. Like I've had people ask me to do show after show after show on like riffing on other people's podcasts, or what do you think about this? It's 9 times out of 10, it's something I've already seen before in the past. Like, look at this meme from 2012. Dude, I know. Thanks. But when I get things like, hey, go talk about, what is it? Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly. No, I'm not going to do that, because it should. If you're watching this show, I don't need to do that show about Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox, because you should do me the solid and know that I know that you already know what's going on. You don't need a show about Machine Gun Kelly. You don't need a show about a 35-year-old single mother or mother of 3 Megan Fox with Machine Gun Kelly who can't stand him now. You don't need that show. This is the show. This is the show. We just did it. I just did the whole thing. You just got to figure out how it relates. I'm not doing that show. But I mean, I understand that, you know, people want to feel heard. They want to, you know, they want to get it, but for as much as I do red meat shows, like I'm not above red meat, as you know. Okay. I'll do those when, you know, Will Smith smacks Chris Rock, that's going to be a show the next day. Sorry, not sorry. But that being what it is, you know, I won't insult your intelligence. I think my readers and my viewers are more intelligent than the average. That's just me giving you a compliment. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I respect you so much that I'm not going to do a show on Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox. Okay. So because I love you that much, you don't need it. Okay. But that's my point, is you're still dealing with people who are constantly speaking from a position of ignorance, and they want you to think that they know what the fuck they're talking about. If you find it so here's your advice, you want some actionable advice? This is not an advice show. I don't give advice, but I will say this. If you run into this argument, if you are having, and you will find that I'm actually going to be doing a series on this at some point, I think, when we talk about empiricism versus emotionalism. Somebody sent me a video. I might do a video on this. Somebody sent me that video of that chick who is the college professor, and she came before Congress, and she kept using the term birthing people, or people who can, with uteruses, who can give birth, right? She would not use the term woman because woman was supposed to be offensive. And she got called to the carpet for saying, you know what? How about you just say women, because it's so much easier and we can get this fucking dialogue going a little bit faster if you just do that. She's like, no, that's insulting to the trans community and all this other stuff. And the guy's just basically talking and say the other guy's confronting her on this and saying, well, so your language, so your phrasing for your frame is so important that you're going to delay the U.S. Congress with your bullshit. I mean, I didn't say those words, but like that's essentially what the message was. And her response is, yeah, because she doesn't know any different. She doesn't know. She's never been confronted or called to the carpet. Those are people that need accountability. You want to make caricatures of people? Make caricatures of them, right? But she's ignorant. She's ignorant and she's confident in her own beliefs in that ignorance. Stop using their language. Stop pandering to them. Stop talking in terms of what's your pronouns. Fuck you. You're he. I'm he. You're her. That's it. How about that? We just go with that for right now. I don't care if you take me to jail, whatever you want to do. Okay. I get it. But the thing is, they're trying to control that. That's a control of language. And I get, but more importantly is it's saying my control of language, my pronouns, my feelings about language, about the terms that we're using, my feelings preempt your logic. That's what it comes down to. And when you see conversations like this, when you see a Jededia Bila talking about something she knows nothing about, when you see women who are on Fresh and Fit who think they know something about the 19th Amendment, when you hear these conversations, when I see Matt Walsh talking about, oh, what is a woman? And I know that's not really what he's talking about. He's just talking about stuff because he wants to trigger it's really an emotional show. It's founded on triggering emotions just from the right instead of the left, right? He's doing exactly the same thing that Fresh and Fit do, right? He's hoping that the people that he interviews will Frank Castle themselves and walk off the set. We win. They couldn't talk to us, right? Yay, we feel good. Our team, right? Gets you fucking nowhere. Gets you absolutely nowhere. Does not solve a problem. We go nowhere. We just fucking put ourselves in neutral and grind our wheels in the mud. That's what we do. And until we're willing to call that shit out, until somebody says, you know what? Fuck your emotions. Our language and these facts and this data is going to save our lives, save our society, save our economy, save our gender relations. And if you could just default to that and say you are speaking from a position of ignorance, and no one in this room should take anything you have to say seriously because you are confident in that fucking ignorance. If you could say that to the chick in the Congress, if you could say that to, maybe not those terms, but if you could say that to Jededia Bila and say, you know what, I know this is what you think, but you've seen one clip of a 28-second clip of some dumb bimbo on there. That's not the totality of the, I don't know, 1,600 episodes that they've done with hundreds, if not thousands of women on that show. Until you can watch it. I mean, at least go watch 2 or 3 full videos. At least go get an idea, get a feel for what they're about. But you're not going to do that. But you will go and speak from a position of ignorance and try to pretend that you have some sort of authority in your opinion. And again, that's what it is. An opinion is always emotional language. When you have an opinion of something, that is emotion speaking. This is what I think of this. It's right or it's wrong. Okay, that's belief. That's judgment. I'm not saying there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but understand what the source of that is. That's emotion. Belief is based in emotion. Right and wrong based in emotion. What does it feel? That feels wrong. There might actually be things that feel wrong, that feel bad. That's evil. Well, what is it that's giving you the feeling that makes you think that it's evil, right? Because it's feels, okay? Thank you. Okay, and that's okay. I'm going to go. Yes, I should be president of the United States, and I think that. Wait a minute. FBI, open up! Oh shit. Okay, sorry. All right, guys, that's it for me today. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for watching for my 4-hour and soon-to-be 10-minute show. There will be clips. I will be in South Dakota this week, so there probably will not be a midweek show. If you are one of my counseling appointments, I will do my best to get an hour in with you guys over the week. Otherwise, expect me to call you right around Thursday or Friday because that's when I'm coming back. I will be with Aaron Clary, Captain Capitalism, Cappy himself. I will be out in South Dakota against my better judgment. Hanging out with him. And it is my anniversary. That's why I'm not staying with Cappy. Okay. And he didn't know this. So I'll just point this out. Everybody was saying on Rule 0 yesterday, hey, how come he's not staying with Cap? That's why. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you very much. If you have questions or comments about this, you can always hit me up on Instagram and or Twitter. Book 5, where is it? Book 5, there it is. In Audible should be this week. I'm sorry, as I said before, it is in the approval phase. If you don't believe me, just simply look at the screen grab that I did right before the show. Pending audio review. See that? It's pending audio review. I'm not messing with you. It's you go. If you have a complaint, please go complain to Audible. All right, when is Rational Mail coming? Don't ask me, ask them. All right, guys, thank you very much. And by the way, the people ask me this: what's the outro music? It's a song called, the title of it's called Black Mountain. But this is something we put together not too long ago. We're kind of messing around with it. I thought it was kind of a cool little. It's a cool little outro kind of thing. We might do something like Trial of Ascension. We might do something with it. So we'll see. Oh, and by the way, Trial of Ascension, new EP should be out at the end of this month. The title track is called Origin. And when it drops, I think I might do a dedicated show, just sort of like an album release show because I can. I don't know how many people will watch, but I'm going to do it anyways and have a nice kind of casual impromptu show when it does. So Trial of Ascension new album is coming out at the end of this month. It's with Scooter at Empirical Sound. So thank you very much for the offers of doing the mix down, but we got a guy. And then the album art, and oh, by the way, you have new merch too. We've got new hoodies as well. Speaking of which, I will have new merch for the Rational Mail coming up very soon. I'm in the process of finishing up the designs on that. And so Trial of Ascension merch and Rational Mail merch is on the way. So thank you guys very much for watching. And I will see you guys probably either Thursday or Friday. But by the way, do watch, look for me on Instagram because I'm sure I'll be doing stuff with Cappy. We'll probably do a show at his studio when I'm in South Dakota. So there you have it. Thanks, guys. And I will see you later. Podcast has been a production of The Rational Mail. Registered trademark 2022.